All right, let's see here. Make sure we're live. All right, there we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the special early edition of the Skepticus live stream. I was telling Michael there in the chat that I had some early bandwidth today. So I said, why not get started early? You know, also, there's a slight chance I might go do something later tonight. So rather than, and that may not happen, but if it did happen, I thought rather than cut things off short, I would just start things early. So what the hell? Okay. So I figured we start things off. I'm going to do our normal. I'm going to go through comments. If we want to, at a certain point, we might get into, there's another video I might do kind of like a live reaction kind of thing too. But I figured we go through comments first. We'll see if we get to the video. If you remember last week, we did the main subject that we were going through was me talking about Mike Winger's video where he was spewing just a complete claptrap of lies and bullshit about atheism and Ricky Gervais. And man, I'll tell you, I think that Ricky Gervais does more to get under the skin of Christians than any other, atheist or any other adjutant that I have noticed in any other circles. But that being said, let's dive into it. I see we have Oliver, we have Michael, we have Secular Scriptures, we have Jesse. So welcome. Hope you are all enjoying your afternoon or the time it is wherever you are. I know we have some different time zones here as always represented. It is 3:00 Central here in the Bayou. It is also about 742 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And we also are supposed to have a tropical storm coming through this week, although it's not going to be shit. It's going to be a bunch of nothing, especially by Louisiana standards. It's going to be a bunch of nothing. We'll probably get some good rain and a little bit of wind and whatever. That'll be it. It's not going to be anything worth. It won't even be worthy of a hurricane party, you know? But let's dive into our comments here. I have been, quick status update. I have new videos to post and I have not been posting them. I know that I have missed a God-free Bible study, although it's recorded. I just have to get it up. It's just been a very bad, no good, crappy week. It's not been a fun week. So let's just say I give myself a little grace here and doing some other things other than making sure I had the videos up. So we will Skepticus gang, Skepticus crew. You can even shorten it like Skeptic crew or Skeptic gang. Skeptic crew. The Skepticus crew is the Skeptic crew. I kind of like that. I'll have to get t-shirts for that too. Since we're going through comments, the phone lines, as usual, will be open. I know last time I kind of like took off the calling thing and such because I wasn't necessarily trying to encourage anyone to call in, although certainly we had some friends of the channel definitely called in still. But if anybody wants to call in and set me straight this week, as usual, I have the comment posted here, pinned to the chat. I have the link in the description. Also, Michael, I know you had mentioned in the chat on one of the comments on the video, on one of my videos about saying you're looking for an invite link to the Discord, but I think that the link that's in the description is an invite link. If I'm wrong on that, let me know, but I'm pretty sure, let me know if I am mistaken in that regard. I do have to highlight the comment here. First comment to highlight of the day. I certainly do believe in a higher power. Right next to me is 120 volts rated for 15 amps. We humans are a bunch of low watts rated running at about 100. Yeah, absolutely. If you're in Europe, they have a higher volt. They have 220, I think, that they run off of there. So, they have even more of a higher power there. Okay, so let's dive into comments, because we had fun things, even though I didn't get as much stuff posted this week as I wanted to, because again, it was no good, shitty, horrible week that never needs to be talked about again. But nevertheless, there were still some fun things about the week. Let me get my setup over here so that I can pull this up. And of course, we had the tag video, the transcendental, my video on the transcendental argument. So that has inspired some conversation, inspired some interesting comments. So a lot of the initial comments that we look at are going to be from that tag video. I always like to just say tag, because saying the transcendental argument for God is a fucking mouthful, and who the hell wants to go through that every time? But so that's what I mean when I say tag. But I knew, of course, that there would be some people there that just still don't quite understand the perspective on tag. So by all means, let's dive into some of these fun comments. I didn't get very many adversarial comments. I'd say I just got a lot more comments from people who still don't seem to get it. You know what I mean? And that's okay, because some people just love tag, and some people are going to glom onto that no matter what you tell them. But nevertheless, I had a comment here from James Steidel. I think that's how you would say his name. It says, the materialist still needs to account for the existence of the preconditions of reason and consciousness. Explaining the mechanism, the brain, is not the same as explaining the origin or ground of those preconditions. A description of how something works is not necessarily an explanation of why it exists or why it possesses the properties that it does. It's generally much easier to criticize someone else's explanation than to provide a coherent alternative of your own. Also, you argue that morality is fundamentally about doing no harm, but you don't address virtue. Virtue often requires self-sacrifice, not merely the avoidance of harm. That seems like an important distinction that your argument leaves unexplored. So let's go through this bit by bit, shall we? I appreciate the fact that James does seem to have engaged in good faith with the video. What is a little frustrating is that a lot of the things he's talking about are, I would argue, exactly the kind of things that I already addressed in the video. But then again, maybe he didn't watch the whole video, or maybe I did not communicate it properly. I am always willing to admit that even in my best attempts, doesn't always mean that I made my point to the best of my ability, or to the best of the ability that can be made. So in good faith, in assuming that maybe I just didn't make my point properly, maybe he listened to the whole thing, but I just still did not get it. Let's address a few points here that he brings up about tag. When he says that the materialist still needs to account for the existence of the preconditions of reason and consciousness, the first and obvious answer that I would come up with, which I thought was well presented in that video, is why? Why do I need to come up with a precondition of reason in order to believe that reason exists? See, this is fundamentally the bait and switch, the little trick that, it's a massive trick, but it's also a trick that if you're not accustomed to these conversations, you can almost not realize that the trick is even being played. But this is one of the things that probably annoys me the most about the transcendental argument, is that rather than actually providing a real logical case for God, whether it's Yahweh or any God whatsoever, because tag doesn't really talk about Yahweh. Tag is a theoretical construct about why we are supposed to believe in a God. But rather than actually giving me any argument for God, it bases it on a series of premises which themselves have no founding. Meaning that why do I need to, like the founding, first of all, would be that in order to understand something, you first have to understand the ultimate basis of something. You first have to understand the ultimate example of something. I mean, that's something that I went through in detail in that video. And I don't have to have the transcendental ultimate example of something in order to understand that thing. I don't have to know the transcendental basis for why pizza tastes good or why one piece of pizza tastes better to me than another piece of pizza in order for me to understand that those things are true. Just because you don't have some theoretical, theological, cosmic basis for something doesn't mean that you have no basis for it whatsoever. It doesn't mean that it's false. It doesn't mean that your reasoning is unsound. It just means that you're living in a real world where we have to make judgments based upon the empirical sensory evidence that is around us, even if we don't have a cosmic grounding for it. So when he says something like the preconditions of reason, why do I need a precondition of reason in order to reason? I don't actually have to. I mean, even the most fundamental, when you say reason, I mean, normally I'm thinking logic. And logic, while it can be a fascinating avenue to dive into, logic is nevertheless, like any other human endeavor, ultimately rooted in some things that are considered to be self-evident, like the laws of logic, like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction. These are basic precepts that if you don't accept, and you don't have to, but if you don't accept them, then you essentially can't even you can't live in a logical world. You can't have a logical conversation. Now you can sit there and say, but that's my point. That's why I believe in God. Well, if you believe that the only reason that 1 cannot equal 2 is because of God, then that's fine. That's your assertion. You can make that assertion all day long. But your assertion that 1 must equal 1 because of God is no more valid than me saying 1 equals 1 because it's self-evident. In other words, you sticking God into the equation and feeling like you've said something profound doesn't mean that you've actually said anything profound. It just means that in your mind, you have to feel like you can always point back to some central source. And even then, where it gets even sadder, is you can say, but since I'm not a materialist, I can point to 1 equals 1 because of God. That's great. That means 1 equals 1 because of something that you made up. You made up something, and because you made it up, and because your friends made it up, and because it was taught to you as a child, you now feel that that's profound. And therefore, you feel like that gives you some type of deeper basis for meaning in life. And if that makes you feel good about yourself, then that's okay. I know that sounds rather dismissive. I don't even mean it that way. If you think that 1 can only equal 1 because of God, then good for you. But there is no more logical basis. There's no more empirical basis. There's no more basis of reasoning or consciousness that gets you to 1 equals 1 because of God, any more than me saying 1 equals 1 because it's self-evident. So this is the crap that people that are proponents of tag try to foist upon you. And to be clear, I don't know that this James Steidl is saying or doing anything in an untoward way. I don't think that he's trying to attack my position here. His comment is reasonably well stated, but just because it's not stated with any malice doesn't change the fact that the logic of what he's saying doesn't hold. If you want to believe that 1 equals 1 because of God, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that I somehow have lacked I'm somehow lacking because I don't have a precondition of equals 1. So all knowledge, ultimately, if you trace it back far enough to its root, ultimately has to have some things that we take to be self-evident because of the world that we live in, that we watch around us. Even going, I know I keep saying 1 equals 1 because to me it's a simple aspect of logic, but it's also, of course, what I'm talking about is math. And math is a perfect example of this. There's a handful of rules that we have centuries ago, actually millennia ago, outlined as the basic mathematical precepts. I forget the names for them, but there's like 5 of them that we accept to be true. And you can't prove them. You literally can't prove them. Now, going forward from there, if I come up with a new mathematical concept or a new geometrical concept or anything else around math, I'm expected, if I wanted to be accepted in formal mathematical circles, I'm expected to provide a mathematical proof, right? I can't come up with a new mathematical idea and expect everyone just to accept it unless I can give you a mathematical proof for it. And ultimately, the proofs, if you keep tracing them down stripping them down to their more and more elemental pieces, you eventually get back to the core precepts of math and geometry that we accept to be self-evident. So again, you can say, but you still haven't proved, you haven't given me a basis for those. I don't care. I don't need a basis to explain to you why 1 equals 1. If you want to argue with that, you can argue with it, but it's going to be boring because it's self-evident. So he says, explaining the mechanism, meaning the brain, is not the same as explaining the origin or the ground of those preconditions. He's right. So I went into detail in that video explaining how we can understand between good and bad, or good and evil, if you want to call it that way. And we don't need God in order to understand between good and evil. And as he's pointing out, just because you can explain how that works in the brain doesn't explain the origin or the grounding of those preconditions. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain the origin, but it absolutely, actually, I should correct myself here. There's a mistake in what he's saying. He's saying that explaining the mechanism, the brain, is not the same as explaining the origin or the grounding of those preconditions. There's nothing in my video that ever attempted to say that explaining how the brain processes these things explains the origin. He's absolutely correct there. But where he is very mistaken is he's saying explaining the brain doesn't explain the grounding of those preconditions, and that's absolutely wrong. That's my point in saying that our brain has evolved to be an analog difference engine. In other words, good is just a relative concept. It's just better than something else, something that we don't like. Big just means bigger than something else that we're comparing it to. Far just means that it's farther than something that we're comparing it to that's closer. In other words, your brain inherently, instinctively, without any conscious thought, has evolved is this engine which constantly looks around and assesses our environment and constantly makes analog comparisons. It is constantly making judgments between hotter, colder, louder, softer, closer, farther, etc., etc. So just because you don't understand, or just because we haven't defined the empirical origin of the idea of far, doesn't mean that I have to do that in order to understand what far is. Far just means relative to something that's near me, that thing over there is farther away. That's all it means. And that may sound like I'm being rather analytical, like what does it have to do with God or morality? But usually when transcendentalists try to talk about this, they try to talk about this idea that somehow we can't know what good is without having God. We can't know what evil or bad is without having God. And no, that's empirically ignorant and wrong, because all we need in order to know what good is to have something else in our purview that is not as good as the good thing. So when you have a piece of fruit that's juicy and ripe and you have one that's rotten and covered in feces, you don't need to understand the empirical basis of the reasoning for this. It is clear to you that one is good and one is bad. And so when he says that you don't, explaining the mechanism is not the same as explaining, is not explaining, excuse me. When he says that explaining the mechanism is not the same as explaining the grounding of those preconditions, he's wrong, because the grounding of the preconditions is all relative to the rest of your experience. So as long as you've ever had one thing that's good in your life and one thing that's not as good, that is the grounding of the precondition. You don't have to have some ultimate knowledge of what is ultimate good or ultimate bad in order to understand this is good and this is bad. You don't have to understand all of the vagaries and all of the potential avenues of moral or ethical truth in order to understand that shit that this guy is doing over there is immoral and it's unethical. I don't need a God in order to understand that. You can fall back on your ideas of what God is. You can fall back on teachings that you believe came from your God. But that doesn't change the fact that I can absolutely have a grounding for my preconditions of saying that something is moral or immoral, because all I have to do to say that is to compare it to something that is not. That is all that is happening in the brain over and over again as we go through these things. Secular Scriptures here says, I loved your tag video. Been swamped with work, so no big comments, but 100% enjoyed it. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. I think you absolutely commented as much on the video as well. So thank you. I appreciate that. I've had this channel now for a year. I've gotten into some of the big God arguments, although I haven't tried to specifically attack a lot of them because I find a lot of them to be really banal. People think that they're high-minded and saying, oh, what about this argument for God? And usually the arguments for God I find to be usually very lazy in their approach. And tag, in many respects, is at the top of that list, meaning it's every bit as banal as every other argument that I've heard about God. And yet, people who espouse the transcendental argument, usually it's not just that they espouse this argument, but usually they espouse it in a way that they feel like it's like, checkmate, atheists. Well, how about the transcendental argument for God? Like I'm supposed to go, ooh, you got me on that one. I mean, honestly, I haven't done one of those like argument tier list kind of videos, but if I did, the transcendental argument would be near the bottom. I really think it's that bad, and for all the reasons that I put forward in that video. But moving on with this comment here, he says, it's generally much easier to criticize someone else's explanation than to provide a coherent alternative of your own. So again, what he's doing here is he's basically providing this type of false dichotomy that this is written in a nice way. I don't think he's like attacking me personally, but to say, well, it's easier to criticize someone else's explanation than to provide a coherent alternative. First of all, my video did provide a coherent alternative. My video went into multiple different examples of how I don't need God in order to understand good or bad. I don't need God in order to understand moral or immoral. And I gave numerous examples of that in the video. But more importantly, when you say it's generally much easier to criticize someone else's explanation than to provide a coherent alternative of your own, that's true to a point. But keep in mind that if your explanation for something doesn't make sense, or if your explanation for something feels fancy in your head, but it's ultimately intellectually lazy, then no, I don't need to give you some grand alternative in order to point out the flaws in your thinking. It is a false argument to think that I have to give you an alternative in order to show that your argument is poor. That's not generally true. And want to acknowledge here. Thank you, Michael, for the tip. I appreciate you very much, brother. So thank you for that so much. But, if you are in if a friendly conversation with someone and you're talking about God and they say, I really believe in the transcendental argument, there's nothing wrong with giving them an alternative. Maybe you're just talking through it as friends and you want to say, well, here's what I would use in place of the transcendental argument. But once you've put forward an argument, I don't have to give you an alternative argument to show why your argument is fallacious. That's just a simple fact. It might be nice if I can give you a better argument or an alternative argument. But again, if you give me a bad argument, I am perfectly happy pointing out why your argument is bad and moving on if I feel like it, because I don't have to replace your bad argument with better argument in order to show that your argument is bad. It's like sometimes it's good to think of these things like in secular terms, right? If you talk to someone who is convinced that 9/11 was an inside job, and you guys have heard these people, like the crew that's like, oh, jet fuel doesn't burn at a temperature that's hot enough to bring down the towers. Well, that's wrong. It's demonstrably wrong. And I can prove to you, I can show you why jet fuel will absolutely burn at a temperature that's hot enough to bring down the towers. I don't have to then supplement that discussion by telling you what the real reasons are for the towers coming down on 9/11. I mean, I could tell you from a layman's perspective what actually happened. We could talk about religious extremism. We could talk about the terrorists. We could talk about all of the people in the planes that hit the different places. But the fact is that your argument that the towers couldn't have come down because jet fuel doesn't burn hot enough is a bad argument on its own. And I don't have to give you a complete discussion about all of the empirical facts of how the 9/11 tragedy actually played out in order to point out the fallacious nature in your own argument. So, his point here about, being easier to criticize someone else's explanation. Well, again, I made an entire video, an hour-long video, where I was not just criticizing someone else's explanation. I was actively giving you examples as to why, alternative examples as to why that did not work. But if he didn't think that was sufficient, that's fine. And then he says, also you argue that morality is fundamentally about doing no harm, but you don't address virtue. Virtue often requires self-sacrifice, not merely the avoidance of harm. That seems like an important distinction that your argument leaves unexplored. I mean, I did not sit there and go into detail into the concept of virtue in the video. Quite frankly, because you don't have to talk about virtue in order to address the transcendental argument for God. You don't have to talk about virtue to address how humans can understand what is moral and what is not moral without having a God. I mean, his point is not, it's not invalid, because while virtue, I would argue, is pretty closely related to morality, I do also understand that virtue and morality are not entirely the same thing. And a theist would probably like to steer the conversation toward virtue, because what is virtue? Virtue is an ought. That's really kind of what virtue is. It's this idea that you ought to do something. But again, that's really close to morality too. I mean, to some extent, we're playing with words here. So I'm not upset with his comments here, but I still don't find them to be tremendously meaningful. And hey, Dale, I don't find them to be tremendously meaningful in terms of providing any real substance to the conversation. And while I will accept that maybe even after having done a 40 or 50 minute video, whatever it came in at, maybe I did not fully explain these concepts to the best of my ability, but I also don't. I also think that he's kind of glossing over some of the things that I absolutely did put in the video. So, but that being said, even on my best days, I don't always make my points properly, whether it's on a live stream or whether it's on a pre-recorded video. Fun little note on this too. I was talking to someone, this woman I'm talking to who's going to be moving to New Orleans. So I was telling her about New Orleans. And she's a content creator. And on YouTube, she has like a TikTok thing. And I mentioned I was going to be live streaming today. And she's like, "Oh my gosh, like that sounds terrifying." And I was like, "What?" You know, she does content, but she doesn't do live content, I guess. And she's like, "Oh, that sounds horrible. Like I'm sure I would get myself canceled right away. I would say stupid stuff." I'm like, "Well, I mean, I say some pretty confrontational shit on my channel sometimes, but the live streams don't bother me that much. In fact, if anything, they seem rather relaxing to me. But I guess for some people, going live would be a whole different equation, I guess. Plus, I didn't give her the whole description, but I mean, it's kind of a little community here. You know, we got our regulars here, we got our drinks. We do occasionally get some believers or people that want to argue with me about things to call in, but quite frankly, a lot of times when people call in, they're people on the friendly side of the fence anyway. So the point is, it's not like I'm sitting on here and battling with everyone every day, right? Okay, so next comment. This is from a video I did quite a while ago, although I've noticed like sometimes on YouTube, every once in a while, older videos will get like a new audience, and they'll start to get a little more attention. So this video's it's definitely in my top 10 in terms of views, and it's also gotten more views in the last month or so than it would normally get for a video that's as old as it is. But the video is 38 quotes that question everything about religion, or as the thumbnail says, that destroy religion. You know, a little clickbaity, I guess. In James True says, "Okay, first tell me how existence came to be without a creator. Give me that evidence and I will consider anything else you have to say." And if you guys can see it there on the screen, my response was, "How lazy." What a lazy, sad thing to say. So unless I can sit there and prove to you how existence came to be without a creator, then you're just not going to listen to anything that anyone has to say about anything else, which is fine. You have that right. If you want to be that ignorant and shove your head right in your Christian ass and not listen to anyone, you have that right to do so. But, this whole idea that somehow I have to give you a proof for how existence came to be, which part of the reason I wanted to highlight this comment, aside from the fact that James True is just an idiot and it's fun to laugh at stupid people sometimes. I don't care how juvenile that sounds. But whenever you see comments like this, one of the things that I find to be rather hilarious about this, and this is why I put the comment where I said, "How lazy." Because whether James realizes it or not, the intellectual laziness that he is bringing to bear in this question is that he has just assumed, because his pastor told him so, or his mommy and daddy told him so, or whatever, that everything had to be created one way or another. So it either had to be created by a creator, or it had to be created by whatever atheist boogeyman we come up with. And I don't think from his comment here that James's little mind is wide open enough to even consider the idea that maybe there's not a creator at all. I don't mean that things came. See, when you say that, a lot of times Christians and theists will say, so you think everything came from nothing. Like, no, I didn't say that. But just because I don't think that everything came from nothing doesn't mean that I think that everything had to come into existence. I don't think personally, and I can't prove this, but I don't think that existence came to be at all. So one of the, if I was talking live with this intellectual titan here, one of the things that I could share with Dr. James here is Well, then first you tell me how you know that everything came to be. And if your answer is because I read it in my Bible, then guess what? You're not actually qualified to have an adult conversation on this. If that's your only answer as to how you know that things came to be, well, to be clear, if that is your answer, that's fine, because a lot of even intelligent people believe that. But if you then think that that's a way, like a gotcha to throw at me, because, oh, you think that everything came to be because your Bible tells you so, then you are just proving that you don't actually have the intellectual capacity needed to engage in an adult conversation about these things. And you should probably only stay in an arena where you can put relatively anonymous comments on YouTube videos, because that's about the extent to which you are ever going to have an intellectual conversation with anyone in your entire life. So enjoy your complete lack of imagination or intellect there, James. And I will sit there and, treat my wounds from this horrible gotcha that you just gave me about, if I can't show him how existence came to be without a creator, then clearly I'm not qualified to talk with this intellectual titan right here. What a fucking idiot. Oh. Okay. I know that's unkind to me, isn't it? It's been a long week. I'm going to be a little rude today. And if that bothers anyone, sorry, not sorry, I guess. Okay. Next comment. This is back to the tag video. And Thought Form says, relation of any kind, even comparison, is fundamentally unreal in a purely materialistic universe of pure quantities. Philosophers of science who hold to materialism have pointed this out multiple times, including Alex Rosenberg in his book, An Atheist's Guide to Reality. There can't even be comparison or inherent relations in matter. So you are already assuming what you're trying to disprove and undermining your own efforts in the process. No, Thought Form, you are sadly mistaken. So here's the deal. When you get comments like this is basically a Phil Bro kind of comment, right? Well, in a purely materialistic universe, you can't compare anything. Yeah, in a purely materialistic universe, you can't actually know anything. I mean, if we're going to slide all the way into hard solipsism, that's what this gets into. Okay, this is really just a poorly disguised version of hard solipsism, because in terms of true empirical knowledge, you can't actually know what the true measurement is of anything, and therefore you can't fully compare anything. So going down that path, all you're doing is essentially retreating into this idea that, we just can't know anything at all, and therefore God. I can't know a damn thing about the universe, and therefore I got to read my Bible. And what this really completely misses the mark on is this: that while philosophically minded people, and I can be that kind of person from time to time when the Spirit arises within me. Yes, I'll use Spirit arises. When that Spirit takes hold of me, I can definitely enjoy some philosophical musings. But what this line of thought that this Thought Form is diving into, that they think is so profound, that they think just destroys my worldview and just shows how I'm undermining and disproving everything I'm trying to talk about. What it completely and utterly disregards is the fact that regardless of whether or not you can truly ever know anything whatsoever, you still have a reality. The reality is in your head. It's nevertheless your reality. And we can tell from intersubjective agreement what the realities are of others. I can never know your reality with absolute certainty, and you can never know my reality with absolute certainty. But through intersubjective agreement, we can start to build a model of what is our shared reality. So an example of this that I always give is, how do you know where the sun is going to come up in the morning tomorrow? Is it random? Is it depending upon the mood of God? Is it depending upon, how the universe chooses to work today? Or do you know that the sun is going to rise in the east? Well, even if you say to me that the sun is going to rise in the east and it's going to set in the west, I could still say to you, but how do you really know that? How can you prove that it's going to rise in the east? Now, you can point to the fact that every single observation that has ever been made throughout the entire history of man has been that the sun has risen in the east and set in the west. And yet I could always come back to you with the objection that, well, how do you know you're not in the matrix? How do you know that the omnipotent God isn't going to change, reverse the spin of the universe tomorrow before you wake up? I mean, as long as we're going to play that game, you can't know anything. But we all have a reality that we have to live in. You can't decide that gravity is not going to work one day. You can't decide that the sun's going to rise in the west one day. I mean, you can, but you're going to find yourself completely and utterly out of touch with what's actually happening around you, which, if taken to its logical extreme, can become dangerous to the point of threatening your own life. So when he talks about not being able to compare anything, yes, I can compare all sorts of things easily. You can sit there and argue that on a philosophical, ontological, empirical basis that I don't actually know what the measurements are of these things and I can't actually compare them, and none of that fucking matters. Because the simple fact is that there is a basic reality that I live in every day, and through intersubjective agreement, we can start to realize how much of our realities are shared among us. Because, again, using the example of where the sun rises, I don't have to take my own word on where the sun rises. I can talk to everyone else. I can look at every video that's ever been made of the sun rising. I can read every book that's ever explained where the sun has risen. I can look at every example of how the universe works. And when all of that agrees, when all of that tells me, without doubt, that the sun has risen every day in the history of this planet in the east and has set in the west, and it will continue to do so until this planet doesn't exist anymore, then what that tells me is that for my reality, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And that's as confident as you can be about anything at all. So you can play these philosophical games like thought form here, and talk about, if I can't actually compare anything, that I just don't know anything, and that's just disproving, undermining my own efforts. No, it's not. It's not. The only thing it's undermining is the shitty grade that you're going to get on your intro to philosophy course. It doesn't undermine anything other than that, because we all have to live in a reality. And even if we can't empirically understand true knowledge about the universe, we can, through intersubjective agreement, realize what are key aspects of our shared realities. And from those key aspects of our shared reality, we can build a model that actually allows us to operate, to live, to thrive. It's that simple. We got quite the troll here in the comments. That's great. Oh, yes, theism is more advanced. Good for you, you advanced individual. Oh, so I don't always sit here and read all the comments in the chat, but it's nice sometimes to see the trolls. Okay. Next comment. So this was this is on the video I did quite a while ago about the rapture. And this person, I'm not even going to try to say whatever their username supposedly is, Zana Para something. I am grateful to you for this video, which hastens the rapture of the church. Rapture cannot take place without scoffers like you. And here is a proof from 2 Peter 3, verses 3 through 4. Knowing this first, that scoffers will come in the last days, walking according to their own lusts, and saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. Now I know for sure that Jesus is coming much sooner than I thought. First of all, I want you to think about how epically stupid you would have to be if you weren't sure if Jesus was coming, but watching a video on YouTube is what absolutely made you certain. You know, I really didn't know if the rapture was going to happen. I didn't know if Jeebus was going to come back again. But now that I've seen that Skepticus video, and now that I've seen that there's a scoffer out there, now that shows me. And I guess, according to this real winner, I must be the first time that they realize that there's a scoffer out there on YouTube or anywhere else. Because before this, they're like, I don't know, maybe Jesus isn't going to come back because I haven't found any scoffers. Of course, clearly this person is in need of some mental health professional assistance here. But if this person were trying to think on any sort of intellectual level, the next question that you could ask is, so you think that, now in 2026, on this one YouTube channel, now there's a scoffer. You know that the end times are about to happen because now there's a scoffer. Because apparently there weren't any scoffers anywhere in the world about Christian concepts until 2026 when I made that video. Before then, everyone totally believed that Jeebus was coming back. They were totally confident. I'm sure there's never been another scoffer in history up until I came on the scene. So, yeah, I'm really glad that I could strengthen this person's faith. I should have a consultancy for that. You know, for any apologist kind of person, but they're feeling like, I really need to have more faith. For a low fee of several $100s an hour, I would be happy to show up and tell you all the reasons why you're an idiot. And then because me, the evil atheist, is telling you that you're an idiot, then you could feel good about yourself, knowing that, if the evil atheist doesn't agree with me, then I must be right. There has to be a consulting gig that I can do for this. I gotta say, I have to do a video one day about the things that even when I was a Christian just made me uncomfortable or didn't make any damn sense. I never had a good answer for. I remember as a kid sitting in the pews, hearing the preacher talk about Jesus coming back. And even as a kid, I didn't say anything because I'm literally in the middle of a church service, and even after church, I wasn't going to challenge my mom on this. But I remember even then thinking, it's, back then it would be the 70s, right? I'm like, it's 1979, it's 1980, it's 1981. It's been 2,000 years. And this is something that Christians cannot and will not ever answer. At what point do you finally say, yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, this is getting really embarrassing. We know, for example, that Jesus is a failed apocalyptic preacher because he literally told his people that there were those among them who would not die before he came back. And that, of course, is a complete and utter failure. We know that many of Paul's teachings absolutely were framed from the perspective of someone who didn't believe that we had much more time before the second coming. A lot of his words, when framed properly like that, make so much more sense, because a lot of them come from the perspective of someone who really thought we were going to be around in this current form of society for another 10, 20, 30 years, and that was it. But to think now, like, what would Paul have thought if you could have given him a time machine or given him some lens in which he could look at 2026 and say, what would he have thought if he said, yeah, people are still going to be sitting around waiting and thinking that Jesus is coming back? On one hand, since Paul was probably pretty ate up with his beliefs, he probably would have said, okay, he's just going to come a lot later than I thought. But on some level, Paul would have to be shocked. He would have to be absolutely shocked if you could look into a crystal ball and tell him that 2,000 years later, we'd still be waiting for this kingdom of Christ, this second coming. I mean, what the hell? That's really crazy. And then, of course, I could even get further into this comment because, obviously this person reacting believes in the rapture. I mean, the rapture is something that Paul would have had no fucking clue what anyone was talking about. If you started explaining the modern Christian idea of the rapture, and I know not all Christians believe in a rapture, but if you started explaining this to someone like Paul, he would have been confused as hell. Because you're talking about people who've taken essentially one verse out of the Bible and said, oh my gosh, you see that they're going to pull us all up, like, float into the heavens. But that would have confused the hell out of him, because that's not just a post-biblical convention. That is a thoroughly modern convention, the whole idea of the rapture. 300, 400, 500 years ago, not only was no one talking about the rapture, no one even had a concept in their head of the rapture. This is something that came to us from American evangelicism from the 19th century. I forget what the lineage is of that. I could look it up again, but there's a particular evangelical preacher. There was a number of people who came to this conclusion, but there was a particular evangelical preacher who was known for having really championed this idea of the rapture, and then it spread on the evangelical circle in the evangelical circuit in the 1800s, and became no, it's not Calvinist. I don't know if that person was reacting to me on there, but I saw that. So Calvinism is older than the ideas of the rapture, but nevertheless, like I said, I could look that up, but that's a side note. All right, more comments. And more liquor. They go hand in hand. You guys should be drinking too, because the more you drink, the smarter I sound, the sexier I look, the funnier my jokes. The whole thing becomes much more entertaining. Okay, back to this. Yes, John Nelson Darby. Thank you. He was I don't know if he actually came up with the idea, although I think he's generally credited with it. But there was a group of people at the time who were all kind of like mind, who were formulating these thoughts. He may have been the first one to actually fully foment the idea. But then it quickly got adopted after that by many other evangelicals as well. Okay, so this was a weird comment. I thought this was just interesting to highlight here. Put this on screen. So, this is in reaction to the guy who was on my live stream trying to say that I should make a case for why LGBT should not be persecuted, But this P. Coleman says, in my city, Vancouver, Canada, the most vocal anti-LGBT group are Asians. It always drives me crazy because there is also a rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. Therefore, why am I supposed to care about discrimination against them when they are actively discriminating against me? So you can see that someone here to ask some questions here, like, wait, what? This to me was a very interesting comment because I think it highlights some weird things to discuss when it comes to, I talk a lot on my channel about LGBT rights and about how, to me, this is one of the many aspects of the Christian church that is morally and ethically revolting. And to be fair, it's not just Christians, right? It's Jews, it's Muslims, etc. But a comment like this, a sentiment like this, is very difficult to deal with because, on one hand, he's saying that the most vocal anti-LGBT group are Asians, which I don't know if that's true. I have never been to Vancouver, Canada. But even if we assume it's true, okay, a couple things to keep in mind. One is that, yeah, guess what? Bigotry is not confined to white men in America. White men in America have refined it, and we do it very, very well. But bigotry is not just confined to white men in America. I mean, you can find bigotry and prejudice, hatred all over the world between all sorts of different groups. You can find racism between different groups. You can find queer hatred between all sorts of different groups. And I do know for a fact that there are different ethnic groups in different parts of the world that display, as a group, just as much queer hatred as we might be seeing from, say, white evangelicals here in America. But it's also very touchy when he then goes on to say, well, therefore, why am I supposed to care about discrimination against them when they're actively discriminating against me? So, there's two sides to that. One is that if Pete Coleman were here live, on the phone or listening to this or something, I would say, look, you don't have to personally care about the discrimination, people that are suffering discrimination who in turn treat you like shit. I get it. I understand that. It's hard to have much empathy and compassion for people who are not treating you with empathy and compassion. But, a wise man once said, 2 wrongs don't make a right, right? So while I would not, of course, support any sort of anti-LGBT activities from Asians as a group in Vancouver, to whatever extent that's true, that still doesn't justify any anti-Asian discrimination. Just because I'm shitty towards someone doesn't mean that, legally speaking, I should be. And that's another good point here too. Because when he says, therefore, why am I supposed to care about discrimination against them when they're actively discriminating against me? I personally would say this. I personally think that there's a difference between legal discrimination versus societal discrimination. They're both bad, but legal discrimination, in my humble opinion, should never be tolerated on any level. Even if there's a horrible group over there that's not, I'll give you an example of this. My ex was a black woman, and she was very upset one time to find out that the ACLU was taking on a case defending the KKK. And I forget what the case was, but the ACLU took on some case defending the KKK. Because the ACLU, while they are known for, generally speaking, advocating for people's rights, and usually the people who need to have their rights advocated for are those people that are not white, not male, not in the power halls of society. A principled stance on legal rights is that everyone's legal rights should be protected whenever possible, because just when you're happy that they are trampling on the legal rights of someone that you don't like, well, then guess what? Those same problems, those same oversights in the law will eventually end up getting turned back on you. So from a legal perspective, I don't know exactly what discrimination that Pete Coleman is referring to in Vancouver, but I would say that if the government, if Canada itself is doing something to discriminate against Asian people in Vancouver, whether it's the federal government, whether it's the provincial government, whether it's the city government, if they're doing something to discriminate against Asians in Vancouver, I would say that from a principle perspective, you should care about that, because anytime the government at any level is using its power to wrongfully oppress people, I guess you could argue wrongfully oppressed is it's just repeating myself, but that's never a good thing, even when that oppression is going against someone who in turn is doing shitty things towards you. Now, socially, it's a little different, right? Because socially, if these people are discriminating against you, of course you're not going to reach across to embrace them socially. Of course, you're probably going to enjoy a little schadenfreude if bad things happen to this group socially, if they are not accepted by other people, if they are not accepted into the broader aspects of society, if people treat them like shit. You could probably, in good conscience, sit by the sidelines and just smirk at their misfortunes, because you can say, well, you treat other people like shit. Now I see people treating you like shit, and I'm just going to sit here and chuckle on the sidelines. But again, there's a difference between kind of smirking because these people who treat others horribly are now being treated like shit in a social perspective, versus actively cheering because the government is bringing its power to bear against any other subgroup of society. All right, moving on. This one here, I think they were kind of confused. And you'll see what I'm talking about. So, this is on the video that I had from Brian Holdsworth, where he doesn't know anything about Christian history, about world history, and he's trying to claim that everything good came from Christians. The same old bullshit argument, right? So Starfish Systems says, it's interesting to consider what would happen if all mathematical knowledge were lost and had to be constructed from scratch. Mathematics, after all, is invented, isn't it? It's an abstract system of ideas, not a collection of observed facts. In one sense, that would seem to make mathematics more like religion than science. In principle, any non-empty set of axioms could constitute the basis of a mathematical formalism. The choice of axioms matters, because in practice, most choices yield uninteresting systems. But in any case, that course of events is not how humans originally developed mathematics. We were inspired by reality. The method of tallying sheep works equally well for tallying cattle. Calculations of speed and travel time work equally well whether we are on foot or on horseback. Geometric figures can be inspired by observation. I think, therefore, that we could expect to find our way back to pretty much an identical mathematics, even though the notations might seem unfamiliar at first glance. The difference between it and religion is that mathematics is rigorous, whereas religion is merely imaginative. So I think that this person, and I put a comment here, I said, yeah, this is quite mistaken. I'll cover it on today's live stream. I think that they're angling towards truthism here, but they have some. Starfish Systems has also, I think, some confusions here. And it gets highlighted in the second paragraph where it says, mathematics, after all, is invented, isn't it? It's an abstract system of ideas, not a collection of observed facts. Mathematics is not invented. Our notation of mathematics is invented. And he actually gets to this later on in the same comment, because he talks about how tallying sheep is going to be the same regardless of what systems you use to tally them. So yes, two items together is 1 + 1 is always going to equal 2. That's not an invented fact. That is an observed fact. So I don't know. I think that when he says that it's an abstract system of ideas, I think that he's referring to A, the notation of math, B, the conceptual buckets in which we put math. You know, there are some things like, is it geometry or is it algebra? Well, you know, some of it kind of straddles the line. But I think that it is probably, in a well-meaning way, a little off base and confused to say in any way that mathematics itself is invented. Everything about how we record mathematics is invented because that's just nomenclature. That's just symbolism. So we invent that. But not only does basic math hold as an observed fact, which we would discover again, even if all of mathematical knowledge were gone, but mathematical knowledge goes much deeper than just addition. You know, there's algebra, there's calculus, there's all these different aspects of geometry. I mean, there's, you know, getting further into modern concepts, there's set theory. I mean, you know, there are so many different aspects of mathematics. There's Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometries. I mean, these are not things that we made up on our own. These are things that we absolutely discovered. They are observed facts. Like, you know, the non-Euclidean geometry is a great example of this. We observed quite some time ago that every triangle has the angles of all three angles of a triangle always add up to 180 degrees every single time. If they don't, then it's not a triangle. Except there are cases where the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees, but not in Euclidean geometry. You have to be in a non-Euclidean space. And I think that it is absolutely accurate to state that we discovered non-Euclidean geometry. We didn't invent non-Euclidean geometry. We discovered it. And once we realized that you can have more than one type of geometry, then we also realized that you can have scenarios where all of the angles of a triangle add up to more than 180 degrees, for example. But this isn't something that we came up with in our head. It is something that somebody thought of, that they, through working things out in their head, they came to a realization about. But just because you come to a realization about something doesn't mean that it's invented. So non-Euclidean geometry was not invented. It was discovered. Even though our annotation about it and everything is still, you know, very much just our own abstract set of principles. So, you know, that's why I think they're trying to get to a right idea here, but I think they're a little off base in the way that they're explaining this, because I think it is demonstrably false to say that mathematics is invented and that it's an abstract. Also, notice how it says it's an abstract system of ideas, not a collection of observed facts. And I think that they're making a false distinction here, because I can observe that anytime I have two pens and, you know, one pen and another pen, okay, now I have two. That's basic addition, right? The pens that I'm comparing, you know, if I take these two pens, I say one pen plus one pen equals two pens. The pens are not an abstract set of ideas. These are just concrete things that we look at. But they are representing an abstract system of ideas that flow directly from observed facts. So it's not either or. There are some things in math, especially higher forms of math, that are pretty much purely abstract. For example, when you talk about infinite sets, well, that's entirely abstract because you can't physically count out an infinite set. So you have to find ways to abstractly annotate infinite sets. But just because it's an abstract idea doesn't mean that it still can't come from observed facts. They're not two different worlds. This is where I think that they're a little confused in this regard. Pen pineapple. Stop that. we're not doing pen pineapple. Damn it. No pen pineapple. Although I guess I would go viral, right? If I did that. Oh. Okay, next comment. So this is on the same Brian Holdsworth video. John says, once again, no one is claiming the Bible was written as a science book. Well, okay, that's false. Some people do claim it that way, although I do understand that most Christians, even the hardcore ones, normally don't claim it was written as a science book. A religious/history book, yes. A science book or a chemistry book, no. Yet the atheists claim that because the universe is older than 6,000 years, that is scientific proof there is no God. Non sequitur. I love how I've seen this before, where some of these idiots will do shit like this. So they'll confidently throw up their straw man that the atheists claim that because the universe is older than 6,000 years, that is scientific proof that there is no God. I have never heard a single atheist ever make that claim. I'm sure that in the whole wide world of atheists, maybe there is an atheist somewhere that is dumb enough to state those words. I've never seen a video where an atheist says that the earth is older than 6,000 years and that therefore it's scientific proof that there is no God. I have never in my life sat across from someone who said that because the earth is older than 6,000 years that it's scientific proof that there is no God. So you can feel good about yourself and break your arm patting yourself on the back while you say, oh, non sequitur, but all you're doing is attacking a straw man. Because whether the earth is 6,000 years old or not, which of course it is not, but even if we were to have that discussion, none of that proves or disproves God. And again, I'm not going to say that there is no atheist out there on the earth who's dumb enough to say such a thing. But if this is the atheist position that you are attacking nothing but an extreme edge case of atheism that is not representative of atheists as a whole at all. Because you have to be really, really stupid to say that if the earth is older than 6,000 years old, therefore that is scientific proof that there is no God. Scientific proof about the age of the earth is scientific proof about, drum roll please, the age of the earth. That's it. Scientific proof about the age of the earth doesn't prove or disprove God. And again, I don't know of any atheists that are dumb enough to state otherwise. Now, the fact that the earth is easily, obviously, far older than 6,000 years is scientific proof that the Christian fundamentalist view is intellectually bankrupt and juvenile. That's true. So for someone who's like a hardcore fundamentalist, I could absolutely say, look, the age of the earth alone proves that your religious beliefs are bullshit and you don't seem to have any grasp on reality. Does that disprove God as a whole? No. Does it disprove your idea of God and what the world must be in order to support your God? Yes, it does. But of course, you can have an earth that's, 11 billion years old or whatever the number is. You can have a universe that's 14 billion years old, and none of that proves or disproves the generic concept of a God. That's just simple. So, he even answered. I said, you sound confused. I'll cover this on today's live stream. No, I won't be putting my best argument there because I not only do I do videos that take me hours each to do, but I'm also doing a live stream. So, no, if you don't, you're more than welcome to check out the video and see for yourself. But I love sometimes how He says, I went back and so this is all new since even this afternoon. I went back and watched your video again and again. Your video had little to do with disproving the advancement of modern science by the Christian community, but more with how your strawman apologists did not know history as well as you. Well, yes. I mean, the video was a reaction to Brian Holdsworth. So no shit. Of course I'm going to be responding to the actual things that were said by Brian Holdsworth. I mean, that's called a reaction video. So don't give me some shit because, I was attacking this person in the video. Like, yeah, that's what a reaction video is. But then he says, keep in mind the argument was supposed to be about the premise of Ricky Gervais's, who said, in 1,000 years after destroying all the science books, the same scientific tests would yield the same results, which is absolutely true. And then he says, of course, his claim is demonstrably false. How would he demonstrate that? Please let me know how you would demonstrate this, you fucking idiot. Oh, he says pseudoscience gets it wrong almost all the time because it is based on the preferred outcome, not real science. So, okay. I mean, yes, pseudoscience does get it wrong all the time because it's pseudoscience, but I don't think he's talking about science. He just thinks that then often driven based on anti-political, anti-religious, and economic gains. See COVID-19 and Dr. Fauci for the most recent deadly example. In short, you posted nothing more than clickbait. All hat, no cattle. Oh gosh. Yeah. There we go. Goodbye, idiot. I like how this person says, make sure to squish that tinfoil on really tight with all the clown emojis. That's so awesome. Yeah. I mean, this person wouldn't even be worth the breath, but, oh, please tell me what the difference is then between science and pseudoscience. Because I have a pretty good feeling that anything that he qualifies as science probably wouldn't be anything that would go outside of Christian fundamentalist bullshit anyway. So yeah, I'm sure that he knows how all of the science has just completely gone wrong. What a fucking loser. Jesus, man. First, you have to come up with this complete bullshit argument about how saying that the earth isn't 6,000 years old is not scientific proof that there is no God, and none of us say that. I mean, good for you, man. What a fucking loser. And then goes on your COVID-19 Dr. Fauci rant. Okay. Yeah, and I like how it says this is demonstratively false. So it's not just that the scientific knowledge would not be discovered again, but he can demonstrate that it would never be discovered again because he has access using real science to a time machine. And with his magic time machine, which I'm sure is powered by God and fairies, he can actually run things backward and forward and show you exactly that if we all did this again, then I guess we'd lose all that scientific knowledge forever. How fucking dour and ignorant do you have to be to believe that if we lost all of our scientific knowledge, it would just be lost forever? Like, we're just, for the rest of human history, we'd never come up with another discovery again. The only reason we came up with the discoveries was because of Jeebus. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Congratulations. What a loser. Oh. Yep, he gets a sad trombone. All right, next comment. So this person says, this is like I think this is an atheist also, but they say, what is your point in saying this? So they're replying to my video talking about Matthew 5:17 and about how Christians are constantly cherry picking. It says, what is your point in saying this if you say you don't believe in heaven and hell? Isn't the message of do this and live this way or you will burn in hell forever the very kind of fear-mongering you routinely rail against? The idea of cutting your hand off to avoid hell that we used to call the masturbation verse puts many people in emotional bondage and leads to PTSD. I think this person profoundly missed the entire point of that video. So, and I get this sometimes even from friendly atheists, right? It's reasonable, I think, sometimes to say with any of my videos, what's the point of that? You know, like, if you don't believe it, then why sit here and talk about it? But as I've talked about many times on this channel before, most of what I'm doing, especially with things like God-Free Bible Study, is, say it with me, internal critique, okay? I've said on this show before how there are certainly times, I think, when internal critique can be self-defeating. You can go too far with internal critique because at a certain point, engaging in too much internal critique, by definition, can't help but at least lend some degree of credibility to the concepts that you are trying to internally critique. So this is why I say, for example, with queer issues, that I don't care what the Bible says about queer issues. I don't care if every single page of the Bible says gay is bad and you're going to burn in hell for it. It's still morally and ethically repugnant that the Bible says anything about it at all. And I'm never going to take any guidance whatsoever about what me or anyone else that I know does in their bedroom between consenting adults from a book that was written 3,000 years ago by fucking goat herders. I'm just not going to do it. But with regard to the conversations about Matthew 5:17, the point is very simple, that within your own holy text, your God-man explicitly goes through great lengths to try to tell you that all of the old laws still apply. I don't know how it could even be any clearer. Matthew 5:17 is just a perfect example of how, to most Christians, it doesn't matter what Jesus said. Even if we assume that every word from the Gospels is the actual, literal recording of what Jesus said, Christians don't give a shit. They will still read it however they want to read it. They will still pull from it whatever makes them feel good, and they will still conveniently ignore anything that doesn't give them a happy feel in their nether regions. So that is the point of me going through Matthew 5:17, because while I don't believe in heaven and hell, and while I don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God and any of that shit, I do absolutely know that every Christian I've ever met is, at least on some level, a fucking hypocrite. And not just because, oh, we're all imperfect people and we all sometimes do bad things. No, I mean they're a hypocrite because their God-man himself, according to their own holy text, went to painstaking extents to try to tell them that all of the old laws still apply. And what do Christians do with it? Before the New Testament was even done being written, they were already actively throwing out huge swaths of the old law because they knew that it completely undermined their ability to spread the religion. And once they decided that we find it to be very critical or important to spread this religion, suddenly they found every convenient excuse that they could to throw out every inconvenient aspect of the old laws. Because try to go into a village that's never heard of Judaism or Jesus and tell them that in order to follow your new cool religion, they need to stop eating the foods that they like to eat, and they need to stop doing anything on the Sabbath. And oh, by the way, they also have to chop off a piece of their dick. And see how many converts you get. You're not going to get too many converts. You're not going to spread all across the Mediterranean and all across the world. You're going to be nothing more than a cult for the rest of the history of your religion. And if you don't want that to be the case, you have to find some way to excise the more uncomfortable aspects of your religion out of the faith so that other people will actually consider embracing it. So this highlights the abject hypocrisy of Christians en masse. And they'll tell you they're not hypocrites because no, the book of Acts tells us we don't have to do this. And book of Galatians tells us we don't have to do this. And look, you can look right in the New Testament. This is the covenant law. This is the moral law. This is they have all these different definitions for all the different laws, and they have all these different excuses for why they don't have to follow them. But they are literally going against the word of their own God-man in their own holy text, which means that they're fucking hypocrites. So that's the whole point of that video. It's not that I believe in heaven and hell. I don't. It's not that I believe in God or Jesus. I don't. I'm not a mythicist. I think that Jesus was a person. But that's the extent of my belief. I don't believe he did miracles. I don't think he was the son of God. Any of that bullshit. I don't believe in God at all. But I love pointing out Matthew 5:17. Matthew 5:17 is one of my favorite verses in the whole Bible because it just proves to every Christian who doesn't want to believe it that they're a fucking hypocrite. They're all fucking hypocrites. Even the nice ones, even the ones that are trying to do good and they think they're trying to be a good person and they're trying to, treat their neighbors well and everything, but you're a fucking hypocrite because your own God-man in your own holy text told you explicitly that every damn jot and tittle, every last iota of the law still applies until the heavens and the earth pass away. And yet you won't follow the law. And I don't care. I wouldn't follow the law either. I love bacon. Bacon's fucking delicious. I love shellfish. Shellfish is delicious. So I don't blame you for not following the law. The law is stupid. So much of the law is ignorant and antiquated and completely worthless. But don't tell me that you're actually a practicing Christian and that you're not a hypocrite and then tell me, but they will look at Matthew 5:17 and they will tell you that passage tells them that they don't have to follow the law when it's exactly the opposite of what the passage says. So that's why I enjoy talking at length about Matthew 5:17 because it just proves what fucking hypocrites people are. All right, moving on. This one is weird. This is one of these people that needs to be on their meds again. So, Doc Mac something says genetics is, this was replying to a short, I forget what the source video was, but it says genetics is after the fact of R&D. And I don't know, is that supposed to be research and development? I'm not sure. Recent science is supposed to fact check 300,000 years ago, ? And inserting 21st century science century into first century text, which that's a hell of a sentence. Do not believe. That is your choice. Read Genesis first. Yeah. That's how we should all start our belief. We should all start our knowledge by reading Genesis first. And I mean, I can only assume from this sentence or quasi sentence that supposed to fact check 300,000 years ago ? This is something that I did not even realize until I started this channel. The extent to which there are so many people out there who don't have a fucking clue how science works. There are so many people who have allowed themselves to be utterly deluded into this idea that if you can't put it in a beaker and do an experiment with it in front of your face, then it must not be science. I mean, maybe we as a society are guilty of this in some regard. Maybe we created this problem because what is the stereotype of a scientist, right? They have a lab, they have beakers, they have Bunsen burners, and they're mixing chemicals and stuff, right? Like that's the only form of science. Like lab chemistry is the only way to do any form of science whatsoever. And every time I see these people nodding to this concept that, oh, we couldn't possibly know about what happened 300,000 years ago, like, how do they think that anyone is ever convicted of a crime? Because for for most crimes, we don't have direct experiential proof of what happened. Usually, you have to reconstruct what happened from the evidence. If you couldn't, and of course, we don't always do this right? Sometimes we convict the wrong person. Sometimes we let political and social motivations affect our judgments, and that's bad. But also, there are a lot of people that we've convicted who committed the crimes. And it's not because we saw them commit the crimes that we know that they happened, but we were able to put together the evidence and make a convincing case that these crimes were committed by looking at the evidence that could be gathered after the fact. You can gather evidence for an event an hour after it happened. You can gather evidence a day or a week after it happened. And sometimes you can actually gather evidence for things that happened 300,000 years ago. Of course, the passage of time always makes it far more difficult to gather evidence and to be confident in your evidence. But that doesn't mean that you can't gather the evidence and draw strong conclusions from it nonetheless. And one of the things that really drives me nuts here is that these people who say this kind of shit, they seem to imply that if you're not a lab scientist, again, like a chemist in a lab, they make it sound like these people don't even make predictions, because that's a lot of what science is about, right? You form a hypothesis, you go and you test your hypothesis. Your hypothesis turns out to be true, or the evidence does not support it, and then you recraft your hypothesis or you drop it. That's science in a nutshell, right? You can do that with things that happened in the past. It's not as easy, but you can do that with things that happened in the past. We assume that we should find a certain type of fossil in a certain rock layer, and lo and behold, many times we do. We assume that we should be able to find certain types of radioisotopes in certain types of rock in certain locations. And we go out and we look, and lo and behold, we do. We make predictions with our science, even people that aren't working in a lab doing chemistry, and they hone their theories until their hypotheses, until they are good theories that they can then be used by others to make the same type of quality predictions. All right. Okay, here's a curveball. I knew, like, when we do these. So this is that other person who had given me some shit for talking about Matthew 5:17. But they're an atheist, I'm pretty sure. But on the AI video, it said, "What is your view of self-driving cars? That is a technology that makes me very nervous and one we should proceed very carefully with." So this might feel a little bit of a curveball from what we normally talk about. But since I did the video on AI, and since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Mr. Bob asked, I'm like, okay, I'll bring this up. So I think that we will have self-driving cars. I think that when we actually get to having reliable self-driving cars, it could easily be another 20 years. I'm not making some hard prediction for you, but the point is that this is definitely one of these areas where no matter how good your chatbot may be, people get very overconfident about what AI can do with regard to driving. And we've already seen this because they were predicting fully driving cars, self-driving cars, 10 years ago. And they keep acting like every year or two it's going to happen. If you follow any of the news about like what's happening with Waymo in San Francisco and Phoenix, where even where they have self-driving cars, they work under such tight constraints and they are babysat so much by humans that we are still very far away from having true self-driving cars. But more importantly, I thought one of the interesting things to bring up here, just for conversation in the middle of our comment rant, is that when it comes to self-driving cars, I think the average person does not understand the sheer number of decisions that are made by a driver every mile that they drive. You know, sometimes every tenth of a second or whatever. You know, the number of decisions that they make, the amount of input, even if they're distracted, still the amount of input that they're taking in, the things that they're seeing, hearing, even things that they feel, and the way that the road is reacting and the wheels reacting. There are so many decisions. And with the self-driving cars, they have for quite a while now been at a level where they can probably make 97 to 99% of all the decisions correctly, which sounds good at first. The problem is that even for you to drive across town, there's probably quantifiably hundreds of decisions that you're making in that short jaunt across town. And if you're driving longer, of course, this is only multiplied. And then you also multiply that by the fact that this, you know, like in America, for example, we drive millions of man miles every day. You know, if you took every mile that every person drove every single day, that would, you know, each mile would be a man mile or a person mile. And those miles add up so quickly that even if your technology is 99.999% accurate, what they call in technology 5 nines, that sounds really, really accurate. The problem is that that still leads to a huge raw number of bad decisions on the roads every single day. And of course, in a car, the price for a bad decision can be you die, you plow into other people and they die. You know, it can be quite catastrophic. So that last bit, you can even if you weren't writing programs for this, because you're doing it with AI, right? So you're not technically writing all the rules. But even with AI, even when it gets so close, but it's this little bits off, on other decisions, if I had to make an AI that knew how to bat a ball in the game of baseball, you know, you hooked it up to a robot and it has to swing the bat. If it swings excellent 99.999% of the time, that's an incredible batter. It would be, you know, one of the best batting machines you could create. But if I create a car that is, the driver is accurate 99.999% of the time, it's catastrophically bad. And it's bad in ways that we even find hard to accept as a society, because if my AI self-driving cars seem to work all day long just fine with all the drivers on the road, but then once every 2 days it plows into a school kid who's walking out of his bus, that's considered a horrific tragedy. People wouldn't accept that, right? Like no, we can't let that happen, which we shouldn't. We can't let that happen. But that's why I say that getting to a point where we can actually have full self-driving cars and trust them. They'll still make mistakes. I mean, even if you multiply their accuracy 100 or 1,000 fold, just like humans, they're still going to make mistakes. But getting that last bit is, so there's a concept in technology called 5 nines. So if let's say that I have a data center and I want my data center to be up and running, available 99% of the time. Well, that sounds, you know, like it's very available, right? My data center must be up a lot. But the problem that you run into here is that if we said, let's see, 365 times 24 times, so there's I should have known that, 500, if you like the show Rent, how many minutes are there in a year? There's 525,600 minutes in a year, right? 525,600 minutes. So if the data center is up 99% of the time, that means that the data center is down for 5,256 minutes. That's a long time for your data center to be unavailable for the year. So the tech person says, well, okay, let's get it to 99.9% accuracy, uptime. We're going to increase it by a factor of 10 by going to 99.9% uptime. So now, instead of being down for 5,256 minutes, now it's down only 525 minutes a year, which is still a lot of time for a data center to be down. And the problem is that to go from 99% uptime to 99.9% uptime, you probably had to spend more than 10 times the money to get that 10 times increase. So maybe 99% uptime only costs you $1,000. To get to 99.9%, now you have to spend $50,000. And you still have a data center that's down 525 minutes a year. So then your tech company, your CEO says, this is unacceptable. We need to get 99.99% uptime in our data center. Okay. So now you're down to being down for an hour every year. But to get to there, now you had to spend $1 million. You went from $1,000 to $50,000. Now we have to spend $1 million to get it to where it's only down an hour a year. But again, sometimes people say, but we can't have the data center down for an hour a year. That's not acceptable. Well, let's get to 99.999% uptime. So now you're only down for 5 minutes a year, but you've spent $50 million to get it to where it's that, or maybe not 50, let's say $10 million now, or $20 million. The point is that every time you increase your, anytime you ratchet up your uptime, in this case, your cost goes up at a non-linear level. It costs you more and more money just to get a little bit of added performance. So the cost becomes prohibitive. What does this have to do with the self-driving cars? Well, using the same analogy, if your car is accurate in 99% of its decisions, that's unacceptable. You kill thousands of people every day with that inaccuracy. So to get it to 99.9%, you have to spend 20 or 30 or 40 times as much time and money. To get it to 99.99%, you have to spend 100 or 200 times as much money. And to get it to a point where humans think is acceptable, you might have to spend 1,000 times or 2,000 times more time and money to get it to that place where we even think it's acceptable. So that's my diatribe on self-driving cars. I know this isn't a joke, but I have to highlight this anyway because in a sick way it makes me laugh. Where's this at? Cookies, Crafts, Cats says half of the AI I've seen would sacrifice humans to protect an AI data center. Yeah, exactly. That's. Well, I mean, even if we get past and you're also bringing up here, it's like having a trolley answering the trolley question in real time. Exactly. So even if we got, the other problem that you run into with self-driving cars is even if we said, look, I have made a self-driving car that literally we can prove is every bit as accurate as a human driver. It'll make all the same decisions that a human driver will make, etc. You could argue that's still not good enough. Because if I slam into someone else's car, and let's just assume for the sake of argument, no one dies, okay? But I slam into someone's car, and it's a big mess, and their car is ruined. Well, we call the insurance company, we work it out, and hopefully, if assuming I don't do that every day, I get a few points on my license or something, and we move on. But when the car is a self-driving car, then everyone thinks, who do we blame for this? Even if the car made decisions that weren't any worse than what I would have made as a human, people still have a greater desire to want to blame the self-driving car than they would have if the exact same decision was made by a human. And that gets even worse if the self-driving car killed somebody. So if, God forbid, I got into a car wreck and killed some school kid, which would be awful, but assuming I'm not drunk, or doing something really crazy, I'm probably not going to go to jail. I will probably still even keep my license. But if the self-driving car does that, then people are going to lose their shit over it. Because now it's like, how do we know? We want to blame someone. We don't want to just accept that a self-driving car killed my kid. So it gets into a lot of sticky questions. All right. Let's pull this up. So during this video with Brian Holdsworth, I had said that at the beginning of the video, it was weird how he couldn't be bothered to learn how to say Ricky Gervais's name. All right. So then 10-Minute Trips says, I think that you are being pedantic about how Brian Holdsworth pronounces Ricky Gervais's name. What annoys me more is when you keep saying Ricky Gervais's. The possessive of Gervais can just as accurately be pronounced Gervais. It should also be noted that Brian Holdsworth is a Canadian citizen, where the prevailing second language throughout Canada is Quebecois French. The name Gervais is of French origin. It could be argued that, technically speaking, it's Ricky who's pronouncing his own name wrong. I don't know why you even wasted time on this argument. I thought it was funny that this person took the time to write this out. And it's such a bullshit, completely fucked up, demonstrably wrong point. And here's why I'm saying this. Because I don't care where Ricky Gervais is from. First of all, Ricky Gervais is from England. So whether or not Brian Holdsworth is a Canadian citizen, I don't care. I don't care where Ricky Gervais is from. The fact is that Ricky Gervais is a pretty famous person. Brian Holdsworth would not be responding to his video unless Ricky Gervais is a fairly famous person. And when it comes to someone's name, don't give me your bullshit about how it's pronounced in Quebecois French or in France itself or in England. The standard is very simple. How does the person themselves say it? If you have never heard of this person before, if this is a brand new, non-famous person that you're hearing about, and you don't know how to pronounce his name, and you pick the pronunciation that is most consequential to your upbringing, that's fine. I understand that. But if you're talking about a famous person, then no, don't give me some bullshit about how it's pronounced where you come from. He's famous. You can find plenty of videos where he says his own fucking name. If you don't know how to pronounce his name, it's because you're not paying any attention and you don't give a shit. So don't tell me that I'm being pedantic when I point this out, and then you proceed to go through and point out that Brian Holdsworth probably has his language through Quebecois French. Like, I don't give a shit. If you're going to take the time to actually react to someone else's video, I think that the least you can do, even if you hate the person, is learn how to say their fucking name. And no, when Ricky Gervais refers to his name in the possessive, he doesn't just say Gervais. He says Gervaises. So I'm not wrong in this. And Brian Holdsworth is proving himself to be a little prick, because he's just purposely not even putting in any effort at all to actually say correctly the name of the person he's trying to critique. And this doesn't just apply to Brian Holdsworth. It doesn't just apply to a apologists. If I were to say, if I were to do a video talking about Kent Hovind, in the entire video I kept calling him Kent Hovind, then that would sound stupid. I mean, as dumb as Kent Hovind is, it would not reflect well on me if I kept referring to Kent Hovind as Kent Hovind, because anybody who spends even 2 minutes researching it can figure out how Kent Hovind says his own fucking name. So as much as I will tell you that Kent Hovind is an absolute fucking douchebag and deserves very little respect from anyone for anything, the simple fact is that if I were going to do a video pointing out all the stupid things that Kent Hovind has said, I'm not going to start calling him Kent Hovind, because all that would do is make me look just as stupid as he is. So when Brian Holdsworth can't be bothered to even learn how to say Ricky Gervais, that doesn't reflect poorly on me. It reflects poorly on Brian Holdsworth. And I don't care where you come from. I don't care if you're Russian or French Canadian or Guatemalan. Wherever you come from, Ricky Gervais is famous. You can look up how he says his own name. It's not hard to find. Search that shit on YouTube. It's that simple. Anywho. As a side note on that too, I'll mention that before I did that video, sometimes when I do reaction videos, I'll just throw it up and talk through it. On this particular one, I wanted to make sure I got my facts straight, because he was talking about bullshit, like he was spewing falsehoods about history, about Native American culture, for example. So I didn't want to compound it by making sure that I was, making my own mistakes in that regard. So I had written down all my notes. I had my timestamps and everything. And I took the transcript from Brian Holdsworth video. I took all of my notes, and this is one thing I use ChatGPT, or in this case I was using Claude. This is one thing I use AI for, right? I threw in the original transcript. I said, here's my responses, at these given timestamps. Tell me if there's any place where I have screwed up my facts. Now that doesn't mean that obviously AI can make mistakes, right? But I was pretty confident about most of the things I was saying. I just wanted to see if AI would highlight any things that clearly I had gotten wrong. And without any prompting from me, the AI came back and said he keeps mispronouncing Ricky Gervais's name. The AI was pointing out that Brian Holdsworth can't be bothered to pronounce Ricky Gervais's name properly. That was with no prompting from me. So I thought it was really funny, that I had already planned to say this about Brian Holdsworth, but it was funny how the AI even was pointing out, like, why doesn't he know how to pronounce Ricky Gervais's name? It was really weird. All right. We're almost at 5 o'clock, which is when we normally start our live stream. Oh, like I said, I wanted to kind of had some time, so I was like, screw it. Let's dive into this. Let's see. Next comment. I like Cookies Grass Cat says Brian doesn't know how to spell Google. That's so true. So then I guess this person felt that they had to come to the defense of Brian Holdsworth, because this person's none your business says he is in fact correct, kinda. North Americans had no written language outside of pictographs. Mesoamericans were a bit closer, but not much. Also, sophistication is a relative term. In relative comparison, no, they were not sophisticated metalworkers. So I think this person is trying to present a balanced viewpoint here, and yet they still are doing a shitty job of it. So no, Brian was not even kind of correct. Brian said very confidently, without qualifications, that Native Americans didn't have written language. He didn't say pictographs or no. He didn't say whether they had alphabets. He said they didn't have written language. He said they didn't have domesticated animals, and they didn't have metalwork. And he was wrong on all three fronts. So I do understand that if we wanted to have an adult, nuanced conversation about this, which Brian Holdsworth didn't seem to be interested in having with his audience, if you want to have a nuanced conversation about this, you could. Because the simple fact is that for all of the cool things that Native American cultures across the North and South America accomplished, generally speaking, their legacy of written language at the time that the Europeans invaded was more primitive compared to the traditions of Europe. They did not have nearly as much written language, and many of the tribes, like in North America, had basically no written language. But it is absolutely incorrect to even imply, as None Your Business here says, that there was no written language outside of pictographs. That's not true. Now, it is true that the Mesoamericans had some of the most advanced written language, and some of it was pictographs, some of it was not. They had phonetic symbols as well. But if we wanted to have an adult conversation about it, yes, there were absolute differences in sophistication between the history of written language amongst the Native American peoples and the Europeans. But it's one thing to say this in a nuanced way, which Brian Holdsworth never bothered to even try to do, and it's entirely different to state confidently, as he did, that they had no written language, to state that they had no domesticated animals, which again was false, and then to state that they had no metalworking. So a lot of the metalworking from the Native American tribes in North and South America did come down to cold hammering, which is still metalworking, by the way. Just because you're cold hammering doesn't mean that you're not metalworking. It is just a more labor-intensive and more antiquated form of metalworking. You can't do nearly as much advanced stuff because you're not heating it to the point where you can create alloys. But it would also be false to claim that the only metalworking that was ever done in the Americas before the Europeans came was through cold hammering. That's also false. So while I think that None Your Business was trying to present a more nuanced view, they didn't really help matters in this comment. If anything, they just kind of piled on the ignorance here from Brian Holdsworth. Because it is true that the Europeans had far more advanced use of domesticated animals. They had a far richer history of written language in all its forms, and they had far more advanced use of metalworking. But that is not what Brian Holdsworth said. Brian Holdsworth made a couple of quick, culturally ignorant and just abjectly misinformed statements, and then he just plowed through them as though he was somehow making some grand point for Jeebus. So, if you want to have some credit in these kind of conversations, you need to be very careful in the way that you phrase these things, because let's be very blunt about this. The way that these things are phrased are often couched in implied or explicit tones of racism. Like, well, those stupid Indians, they didn't have cannons, so therefore they didn't know how to work metal, or they didn't. I mentioned this in a previous live stream, but for example, there are some really good reasons why Native American cultures in North and South America did not have nearly as much extensive use of domesticated animals, although they did have domesticated animals. But a large part of the reason that they didn't have as much domestication of animals is because the stock of animals that were present in North and South America did not lend themselves to being domesticated as well as some of the breeds and the species that we domesticated coming out of the Levant, Babylonia, Mesopotamia, those areas. But that's a long that's a long, additional, nuanced conversation. But this is why I felt confident clapping back at None Your Business here, because while I think that they're trying to be a little more nuanced, they're not doing a very good job of it. And it's absolutely false to say that there was just no written language outside of pictographs anywhere in Native American cultures. All right, moving on. This is a great point. Thank you for this, Secular Scripture. So yeah, I'm glad you bring this up, because I don't want to go deep down this rabbit hole. But yeah, it says, can you imagine trying to domesticate a buffalo? So there was a great book I read a number of years ago called Guns, Germs, and Steel. And some of his conclusions in that book are not appreciated by the scholarly community, so I'm not going to say that everything that he wrote was right. But he made some really great points about the stock of what was available at different places around the world to be domesticated. Now, he wasn't talking about buffalo, although that's a great example. I don't know if anyone's ever managed to truly domesticate a buffalo. There are certain animals that just won't domesticate. There's certain animals like you can try. Maybe there's some way to break them, but we haven't found a way. And a perfect example of this is with zebras. So a zebra is essentially a horse, right? It's a horse with stripes. It really looks almost exactly like a horse. Biologically speaking, they're close cousins. So you would assume that if the Europeans had all of their horses, why isn't it that those stupid Africans couldn't, just domesticate their zebras, right? And of course, the Africans did domesticate other things like camels, right? But I'm just saying, when we make this comparison, what we think is a simple comparison of like horses to zebras, and this is one of the vectors upon which racism travels, because people say, well, whether they say it explicitly or whether they infer it when they say it, they're thinking, well, of course, we know why the people in Africa didn't domesticate zebras, duh. But the simple fact is that zebras don't want to be domesticated. Zebras apparently are infamous for not taking riders. Now, to be clear too, like a lot of animals you can tame. There's a difference between taming an animal versus domesticating an animal. A lot of animals, if you raise them in an area where like they're not being threatened by humans, and they're not, a lot of animals don't instinctively know to be afraid of humans. So you can raise animals in an environment. For example, like if you're, sometimes you'll see deer that are raised in places where they're never hunted by humans. And in some cases, those deer will get very close to you because they've never learned that the humans will hunt them. So you can make an animal a lot tamer, but there's some animals that just will fight instinctively against having a yoke or having a rider, or being made to do any particular task. Some of them just won't deal with it. And zebras and horses are a great example of that. Even though zebras and horses feel like they're almost the same animal, and biologically speaking, they are almost the same animal, there's still just enough different in them that the zebras are like, no, we ain't having it. We're not dealing with that. We're not going to take a rider. We're not going to pull a plow. They're not going to do it. Whereas horses, of course, we know, can be trained. Oxen can be trained, domesticated. Camels can be domesticated. But zebras, not so much. And yeah, to your original point, buffalo, you can raise buffalo in an area where they're not going to attack the humans or be afraid of the humans. But I don't know if you could ever get to a place where you could ride a buffalo or put a plow on a buffalo. I don't know. That would be interesting. All right, where are we at? Comments. Okay, pull this up here. Okay, this is another one. I'll tell you, the Ricky Gervais stuff, it just gets so much bullshit from Christians. So this person, Curtis Jones, says, remember, Gervais's argument here, Gervais makes a number of arguments as a fairly famous atheist. But the argument that we're talking about here in this video is the argument that if you took away all the religious texts and all the religious knowledge, religion might come back. But religion, as far as we know it, would never come back. We wouldn't have the same gods. We wouldn't have the same traditions. We wouldn't have the same stories. It would be entirely new stories made up. Whereas if you took away all the scientific knowledge, if you burned all the science books and wiped everyone's brain of scientific knowledge, eventually, give us 1,000 years or so, we'd get it back. We'd make the same discoveries, right? So Curtis Jones says, Gervais's argument is presumptuous. I stopped at 226. Okay, great. Despite nature making empirical recurrence plausible, theoretical recurrence isn't guaranteed unless, of course, you also anticipate another Isaac, Albert, Nikola, etc. And then it says, edit. I guess all arguments are fundamentally presumptuous. So I just find sometimes when I hear arguments like this, it's like, are you listening to yourself? Are you actually thinking about what you just said? Because the implication here is that if we didn't have Isaac, Albert, Nikola, etc., that somehow the discoveries made by those same people would never be made again. Like without Isaac Newton, we never would have, come up with what we now call Newtonian physics, right? Without Nikola Tesla, we never would have discovered, these. He didn't discover electricity, but we never would have discovered these aspects of magnetism and static electricity and such. Like the whole concept here that you think that these things are tied to the people. Now, of course, if you removed all of the scientific knowledge, if we burned all the science books and we wiped all the scientific knowledge from people's brains, the way that knowledge would come back or would be rediscovered would not be exactly the same every time. There are certain discoveries that you can make in different orders. And there are certain discoveries which are fostered or suppressed by the political atmosphere or the social atmosphere of the time, right? So maybe if we wound it all back and, had to rewind or redo history again, maybe we would discover electricity later, or maybe we would discover it sooner. Maybe we would discover the combustion engine later, or maybe we would discover it sooner. But the point here is that it's not like Albert Einstein wrote a beautiful poem and we would need someone else to write that exact same poem again to come to the same conclusion. No, Albert Einstein discovered something that was already there. So the real question is just that if you wiped all of the knowledge, how long would it take us as a species and as multiple societies to eventually come up with the same discoveries? I mean, and I love that term discovery because that's really what we're talking about here. I can't say that enough. I mean, to imply that we couldn't have found general relativity without Albert Einstein is like saying we couldn't have found North America without Columbus. I mean, I know that may feel like a clumsy analogy, but I think that it's somewhat apropos. Without Columbus, we still would have run into North and South America. And I know that the Vikings got here before then, and I know that humans obviously got here long before then with the Native Americans. But of course, I'm speaking from the somewhat modernish Western European viewpoint here. We still would have found North America and South America. We still would have found that, yeah, you can get to India from Europe, but there's these two huge continents in the way that are going to stop you. It still would have been discovered. It's just a matter of who would have discovered it and when. Some things, like general relativity, it's hard to imagine how somebody else would have come up with this because Albert Einstein was, of course, a genius. And he was, of course, working largely with thought experiments, which blows my mind to think that you can come up with some of these incredibly foundational concepts by just working things in your own brain. But also keep in mind that I think when people like this say things about, how difficult it would be to find something without the same person being born again, I think that they don't have much of a concept of scientific history. They probably don't follow. So here's what I mean by that. At the point when Albert Einstein came out with general relativity, yes, he was a genius. Yes, he was ahead of his time. But it's not like he came up with something that nobody had been thinking of. There were actually other people working on very similar theories and ideas at the exact same time. So I'm not going to say that if Albert Einstein had been, killed by a disease or something, I'm not going to say that we would have come up with general relativity from another scientist a year or two later. Maybe it would have taken us 5 years. Maybe it would have taken us 20 more years. But the concepts of general relativity were going to be discovered by someone else regardless. I mean, Darwin famously was actually kind of beaten to the punch with his theory of evolution and species. But he was the first one to get real big credit for it and the first one to publish it on it. But I forget the other guy's name. There were two guys. There's another guy besides Darwin who was basically working on the same concepts. He was thinking about the same things, and he was actually even talking with other people, scientists, about the same concepts. The point is that it's very rare in scientific history that there's one scientist, even a brilliant scientist who moves the needle. Even then, it's very rare that they're sitting alone on a mountain, creating all of their insights and their discoveries without any input back and forth between them and the rest of the scientific community. Usually it is far more of a group activity than we want to, than the story gets told after the fact. I'm not saying that Albert Einstein doesn't deserve incredible credit for his theories of general and special relativity, because he does. And obviously we know that Einstein was a certified genius, but Einstein was working within a time frame and within a scientific community where these ideas in general were being widely fostered and discussed and debated. So while his work was incredibly advanced and seminal for its time, let's also not act like without Albert Einstein, we'd all just be sitting here right now with no concept of general relativity. These were concepts that the physics community as a whole was developing and building at the time when Albert Einstein came out with these concepts. And when people make comments like this, I'm not sure how much of that they understand. And I bring that up because it's important. If you think that it's one crazy genius in his garage that nobody was talking to who made this incredible discovery, it's easier than to assume that in another version of history, we just never would have made that same discovery. But when you realize that most of these discoveries were made, at least in some part, due to a community of people trading ideas, arguing about ideas, publishing competing versions of ideas, then you start to realize that there was this overall momentum, this process that was moving towards these ideas. And if it hadn't been Isaac Newton who'd figured it out, it would have been someone else, probably fairly shortly after. By fairly shortly, I mean maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years, maybe 50 years. But we wouldn't be sitting here in 2026 with no idea of Newtonian physics just because Isaac Newton had never been born. Now, we wouldn't call it Newtonian. We'd call it whatever else other name was attached to the person who first publicized it and wrote it down. But the concepts would still have been there because they would have been discovered, not crafted from whole thought, from whole cloth. That's what I'm looking for. So here's someone who apparently does not like my deep love for Islam. So this person is actually like they're usually kind of on my side, so to speak, but I guess I pissed him off on this one. It says, I'm not even going to read this whole thing because their punctuation is a little troublesome. But you guys will get this sense of it as I read the beginning of it. Yeah, I'm going to correct your post on one claim that you keep making. It's kind of annoying. The Islamic world was not a liberal world. It was just as conservative, if not more, than the Christians. It wasn't the Islamic world that was helping everyone. It was just, I would rephrase it as the Middle Eastern moon. Those in the Middle East, those who are Semitic, which again, Jewish people are not. So it goes on. There's a very severe lack of proper punctuation here. But I'm not going to sit here and try to defend exactly what I said in that video about Islam or not. There are two, I will just say in general, whenever we talk about history, scientific advancement, and the Muslim world, there are two extremes that people tend to take on this. And I think this person thinks I was taking one extreme, but the extreme you tend to hear in Western conversation is that the Middle East was fairly good in terms of advancing science and math, etc. And then Islam came in and it just shut everything down, and it turned the entire Islamic world into a complete fucking backwater of, no thought, no advancement, no education, no, advanced learning, etc. That's, and I'm being over the top in saying this, but this is the kind of narrative I hear a lot from people with a Western bent to them, right? The flip side of this that maybe he thought I was making in this video is that, of course, people in these countries will try to make it sound like, no, they've been continuing their scientific discoveries and their mathematical advancement and all these other advancements just as heavily since the day Muhammad first lived. And if you don't believe it, it's because you're just a dirty Westerner. And the simple fact is that the truth here is, of course, very complex, and it's very much in the middle somewhere. The middle being that the advancement of Islam throughout the Middle East absolutely had a deleterious effect in many aspects of academic study. I'm very comfortable saying that. And no, I don't have a bunch of numbers or studies to pull up to show you, although I could research it and do a video on this at some point. Maybe I will. Because I don't think it's controversial to say that Islam in general, the advance of Islam and the political and social winds that came with, had in some respects some very nasty effects on scholarship in those areas. But it's also very xenophobic to imply that the entire Islamic, Muslim world just completely shut down and there was no scholarship going on anywhere since the last, since 500 years ago until now. And that Islam in general has become such a intellectual, millstone around the neck of Muslim countries. Because that's not true either. The simple fact is that I'm comfortable saying that Christianity as a whole in Europe probably has a much better record of fostering academic achievement since it became the dominant force after the fall of the Roman Empire. But that doesn't mean that academic means Christian and backward, non-advanced societies means Muslim. That is just way too backwards and way too simplistic. And anytime you hear anyone advocating for either extreme, of Islam shut down all academic inquiry, that's an ignorant take. Or if people try to, on the other side of the fence, try to indicate that Islam did not have any negative effects on scholarship, that's an ignorant take too. We're not going to get into it in this video, and I would have to do more research and take a bunch of notes if I was going to speak on it in a more extended fashion. But the fact is that the truth of the matter is far more nuanced, and there's a lot more detail there. And if I gave the impression in that video that I was singing the praises of the Islamic world, then I would say, okay, maybe I took that too far. I don't know if I did or not, without sitting there and trying to pull up the video again and listen to myself and see if maybe I screwed that up. I think I have the impression that maybe In the Dark here is a little sensitive to ideas that Islam did not shut down academic thought, but I could be unfair in saying that. I don't know. So that's all I was trying to get to in that video. There is, and I know I didn't talk at length about Islam in that video. I only brought it up a few times because at one point, of course, Brian Holdsworth starts going off about how Christian society is all scholarly, all advanced, all scientific, and all Muslim society is bad, right? And that's just not true. It's not true that the only academic institutions came from Christian countries. That's not true. It's not true that the only academic advancements came from Christian countries. That's not true. If you want to have any real credit for these kinds of conversations, and when I say conversations, I mean even when you're talking at a camera, right? You need to have a little more nuance about what you're saying and not just say these things. And because Brian had already earlier in the same video talked about how Native Americans had no written language and had no domestic animals and had no metalworking, he had already put himself on record as being culturally and academically ignorant. So I don't feel bad at all about correcting him as to the bullshit he was saying about Islam. Does that mean that I'm some huge defender of Islam? No. And I think that Islam in general has not been a helpful force with regard to scholarship across Muslim countries over the last several years, or several hundred years, I mean. But I think that it's racially dangerous and ignorant to just make these blanket statements about, the Muslim countries just went nowhere when all of the Christian countries were building universities and making scientific discoveries. It's like, grow the hell up, like seriously, grow the hell up and do some research, because Brian wasn't. I have to give a special thanks here to Cookies Crafts Cats. So thank you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat there. It says thank you for your time and insights. So you are very welcome. I appreciate your generous gift, and hopefully I keep spearing here and seeing if I piss off anyone throughout the day. I will mention as well that if anyone wants to call in for anything, they are welcome to. Always happy to take calls from believers, although a lot of times we end up, sometimes ending up with a lot of friendly voices here on the line as well, and that's fine too. Okay, this was a funny one. You guys actually have to give me a judgment on this to see if this guy was saying what I think he's saying. Because it was kind of weird. Okay, this is on an old video about prayer, right? And understand when I say old video, I've had my channel for a year. So but even videos that I've done 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago feel old to me at this point. But Chad Applin says, there's actually some evidence that I believe is evidence for the resurrection. Okay. I'm sure you've studied the Shroud of Turin. Okay. I appreciate your honesty. I myself get very frustrated with my quote-unquote relationship with God. I actually called him every name in the book today. Understood. But I appreciate you articulating what I think as well. I lost my job 6 months ago. I feel I was stabbed in the back, but I also made a mistake drinking at a bar. That's got to be a fun story. Whatever. I have really turned it to God, and I've heard sermon after sermon that lifted my spirit, but I haven't seen anything. Sometimes. Well, to be honest, every single day I struggle with incredible bouts of despair. But hey, thanks again. You seem like a kind, honest man. So, certainly, I said we'll discuss this in the live stream. Certainly someone who seems very sincere. Obviously, I don't hold their beliefs, although I hope that they get out of whatever funk they seem to be in. It seems like they're going through some hard times with their job, maybe some hard times with drinking, maybe some hard times with their faith. Of course, I'm a little biased in these matters, right? But I don't mean to. I don't say that to sound callous. Even if you're a believer and I'm not, that doesn't mean that I don't want you to have a better time about your life. But to be fair, I will crack into a little bit. The first couple sentences of this were the ones that really caught my attention, because it says, there's actually some evidence that I believe is evidence for the resurrection, period. And then it says, I'm sure you've studied the Shroud of Turin, period. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that seems to strongly imply that they're stating that somehow the Shroud of Turin is, at least on some level, evidence for the resurrection. And if that's what they're implying, then, I mean, it's a very nice comment that they gave, but I would be like, no, the Shroud. That I could be taking it wrong, because it doesn't say specifically that I believe there is evidence for the resurrection, and specifically I believe that the Shroud of Turin is evidence for the resurrection. It probably won't surprise you guys, if you haven't heard me say it already, that I do not believe the Shroud of Turin is authentic. But even if it was authentic, even if you could prove to me, let's not even talk about proof. Let's just grant you, for the sake of discussion, that the Shroud of Turin is a shroud that was laid over the crucified Jesus. All right? That still doesn't prove anything about a resurrection. It just proves that, look, I have a shroud. I have a death shroud that, for whatever reason we are granting, was laid on the body of Jesus. What does that have to do with a resurrection? I don't know. I don't think that has anything to do with it, but that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know that that's what they're saying. I mean, they could be, it's put as two sentences. They could literally mean, hey, I believe that there is evidence for the resurrection, period. And then I'm sure you've studied the Shroud of Turin, period, which aren't necessarily connected, although they obviously, one comes right after the other. I haven't talked about the resurrection in a little while, but then even if we throw out the Shroud of Turin piece, of course, you guys know that I don't know how you can even, we get into that discussion of what are we even calling evidence, right? There is no evidence for the resurrection. And I will die on that hill. I'll be happy to tell anyone who wants to listen that there is no evidence for the resurrection. You can believe in the resurrection. You can believe that Jesus is the Son of God. You can believe that Yahweh's up there, pissed off at us, angry, wanting to kill us, whatever. You can believe all that stuff. But for anyone who ever claims that there is anything that would constitute, on any logical level, evidence for the resurrection, it is beyond ridiculous to me. I just can't give it too much credit. Now, I don't mean it to pile on this guy here, Chad Applin, because he sounds like a nice individual, and I appreciate his comment. But in terms of course, then again, to be fair, he says, I believe there is some evidence that I believe is evidence for the resurrection. So, okay. I guess now that I read it again, he says there is some evidence that I believe is evidence for the resurrection. Then he says, I'm sure you've studied the Shroud of Turin. So I guess now that I read it again, I would say in my best reading of this comment, it sounds to me like he's saying that he believes that there is some evidence, and maybe even he believes that the Shroud of Turin is genuine, in which case I would say, well, I don't believe that, but you can believe what you want. We can all have whatever beliefs we want, right? So I would definitely not, I would not begrudge anyone their beliefs, even if I do not necessarily think that they comport with the reality. But it is a little sad to me when I see comments like this, though, sometimes. You know, I can't be someone's therapist. But when you look at the fact that it says that this person is unemployed, and they've, seems like they've had some problems in their life, and it seems like their faith is not going very well for them. Sometimes you just wonder, they're dealing with despair, which I assume sounds a lot like clinical depression. Not that I'm going to sit here and try to diagnose anyone over a YouTube comment section, but I hope that they get some help that is not just a pastor or a supposed well-wisher at their church. I hope that they actually talk with someone, preferably someone who has maybe some professional credentials, who can give them secular advice in this too. I'm not saying you can't get religious advice. I'm not saying it's horrible to be told that someone's going to pray for you, but I think that for people that are in a bad place in life, it's really sad when the only thing that they're getting is spiritual input. I think that in my anecdotal experience, that seems to lead to some of the worst outcomes. But I appreciate their comment. They were a nice individual. And I hope they get some help. This is funny to me. So this is a person reacting. This must be a friend of Matthew's, because they're reacting to the outtake video that I did. A lot of you guys remember Matthew. He was prominent on 2 of the live streams, and this person, who again I think must be like a buddy of his or something, says, "Your 613 are not commandments." This must be Matthew's buddy or something, because I don't know how much more obvious I can make this, but here's what we're going to do. Let me pull. I'll have to make this bigger here. Give me a second. I pulled this up here before, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. So there's this link in skepticus.info, which I'll remind everyone is the companion site. You're all welcome to mine it for whatever value it brings to you. It's a free site. I'm using it as a place to kind of store my notes, things that I use during live streams and otherwise. But one of the source library has links that will continue to grow over time. And one of the links that I put in here is to a list of the 613 mitzvot. Mitzvot, I don't speak Hebrew, but I understand that to be the Hebrew word for commandments, right? So when you talk to a Jew, a Hebrew, they will tell you that there are 600, most of them will tell you that there are 613 commandments in what we call the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, right? They don't call it the Old Testament, but what we call the Old Testament, or most of them, of course, are in, or maybe all of them, I'm not sure, are in the Torah, right? Which we would just call the Pentateuch. But if you click on this link, and this person wants to tell me that your 613 are not commandments. Now, if you remember that Matthew was adamant about stating that there were only 10 commandments in the Old Testament. And of course, he was referring to the 10 commandments. And he said that those are the only commandments from God and from Moses in the Old Testament. And it's just so demonstrably wrong. There's no other way I can put it. You know, there's some things that we talk about on this channel where I can say, well, you know, we can discuss, you know, different viewpoints or different perspectives, but there's some things that just are demonstrably wrong. And the idea that these 613 are not commandments is demonstrably wrong. If you can read, if you know how to read, you know that they're wrong. Now, we could discuss the number, all right? Because some of these are repeats of the same commandment, just worded slightly differently, because they repeat a lot of the commandments in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, right? So how many of them are unique commandments? I'm not sure. We could definitely whittle down the number from 613. We could also clearly point out where some of these commandments are commandments that no longer apply anymore, even in the most conservative reading. Some of these things have to do with specific things that happened in the camp or the village 3,000 years ago. And even if you wanted to follow every single note of God's commands, you just can't follow them anymore. They don't even apply to us. So we could whittle the number down further. But to claim that there aren't a couple hundred of these commands, or to claim that they're not commandments. So look at these. Like they have these on this link. They have them broken up by topic. Okay. So there's commandments about God, commandments about the Torah, about signs and symbols, prayers and blessings, love and brotherhood, the poor, Gentiles, family, forbidden sex, of course, times, dietary laws, etc. So there's all these different subject areas, right? But like, for example, Deuteronomy 6:7. Let's pull some of these up. Give me a second here. Deuteronomy 6:7. So this is Deuteronomy 6:7. Recite them to your children and talk about them when you are at home, when you are away, when you lie down and when you rise. What part of that feels like it's not a commandment? Recite these to your children. You know? I mean, that's a commandment that you are to recite these to your children. And also keep in mind that for most of these that we read from the Pentateuch, these are framed as being spoken directly by God. Now, of course, we know that they weren't written down by God. And I would argue that none of them were spoken by God, but they are quoted as coming from God. So if these things are coming from God and he's saying these things, how are you going to tell me that this is not a commandment? You know, some of them have context like, oh, well, that would only apply in certain places. Okay, but they're still commandments. Let's see. I mean, let's look at the tefillin on the head, you know. That's Deuteronomy 6:8. So Deuteronomy 6:8 says, this is still talking about the same, bind them as a sign on your hand, fix them as an emblem on your forehead. That's not a suggestion. It's not saying if you feel like it. It's telling you to do this. It's telling you that, let's go to a couple different places here. It's telling you here not to take revenge. Leviticus 19:18. So let's pull that up. Leviticus 19:18. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. How is that not a commandment? I mean, this includes the love your neighbor as yourself, which granted didn't come from Christianity, because love your neighbor as yourself, the golden rule, was around before even Judaism or Christianity existed. But how is that not a commandment? It's not a suggestion. He's not saying do this if it works for you. He's not saying do this on the Sabbath, but not other days. No, he's saying this is what you are to do. And we can go through this over and over and over again. Reaping of the field. You don't reap the whole field. This is the gleaning laws. It's basically like an old school form of welfare. And you could argue, okay, that doesn't apply today anymore, but it's still a commandment. These are still commandments. So I don't know how you get comments like this from, a fanboy here of Matthew, or maybe this is just Matthew under a different username or something, saying your 6:13 are not commandments. I don't know how, you could argue that it never says in front of these 6:13, here is a commandment, but I don't have to state this is a commandment in order for it to be a commandment. When I tell my kids to clean their room, which they're grown and they don't live with me anymore, but when I told my kids to clean their room, I didn't have to explain to them that this is a commandment. They knew from the moment that I spoke it that it was a commandment, because it was spoken as a commandment. How can this get any clearer? I don't understand. Sometimes the takes that I get on some of these comments, these things I get, like, we can have theoretical differences. We can discuss, whether the resurrection happened. We can discuss whether the crucifixion was necessary. I mean, those actually to me are kind of interesting conversations. But when you can't even acknowledge that there are at least hundreds of commandments in the Torah, what we call the Old Testament. I mean, I know the Torah is just a piece of that, but you're just disconnected from reality at that point. I don't know what else to say to you. It's like the Matthew 5:17 discussion. Matthew 5:17 explicitly tells you you have to follow all the old laws. And Christians will read it with no sense of shame whatsoever. They will stare you right in your eye and they'll say, see, we don't have to follow the old laws. Like, you literally put the text right in front of them that says you have to follow the old laws, and then they'll say, see, we don't have to follow the old laws. If you won't even acknowledge what the plain text says, then at that point, you are truly following your own religion. And that's okay, because Christianity sucks. So if you told me I'm following my own version of this because the Christian version sucks, I would respect that. I could understand that. But that's not what they're doing. They want to say that they're Christians. They want to say that they're good, godly people, and they're following all the stuff, but then they won't actually do what the text says. I don't know what to do with that. I really don't. I feel like with the background I have, it's like my head's exploding right now. Just like it's just no. What? They're not commandments. I don't know what to tell you. If you can't actually read the text, then I guess, which I don't care if you don't think that the text actually says the plain thing that it says, but then why are you commenting on videos about religion? If you're not even going to acknowledge what the text actually says, like, imagine that I don't agree with a single word of the Quran, which is fine if you don't agree with a single word of the Quran. But then why am I going to get on to videos from Muslim content creators and just tell them that the Quran says something completely the opposite from what it says? I guess I know the answer to that is you're a troll. That's basically the definition of trolling, right? All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the restroom. I've been doing this for almost 3 hours now. And we've gone through a lot of comments. But I think if we're not going to get callers, which is fine, I think I'm going to switch gears. And we're going to do a little kind of live commentary again on a video that I saw today from Glenn Scrivener, because I think it just exposes more Christians stupid. So let's do that. In case anyone new comes in while in the 2 minutes or whatever while I'm gone, let's really fuck with their head and play the preachy music, because that's become my default, away from the camera music is the preachy music, because I think it'll really mess with people's head when it's playing the preachy music, but then the prompt says God is imaginary. I think it's going to really, for the few people who might actually join while I'm not at the screen, it might really screw up their head and they don't know what to do with it. So I'll be right back. Do not leave. If you leave, I will hunt you down. I know where you live. Don't make me call you out on this. Did y'all pray while I was gone? I'm sure y'all had a good prayer, right? Had to find some other hold music too. All right. What are we doing? Okay. So, I saw this video just today, and I haven't talked much lately about Glen Scrivener, although he's certainly someone I'll tell you, when I first started watching Glen Scrivener, I'm not going to say I liked his stuff. He just seemed like generic apologist to me, but the more I watch him, the more I'm like, yeah, I really don't care for this guy. But I guess you could probably argue that applies to any apologist, right? Because I'm not a huge fan of apologists in general, but nevertheless, here's our buddy, Glen Scrivener. Last time I did a video on him was from when he reacted to Dan McClellan. And he really kind of attacked Dan McClellan. It really surprised me, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. So let's see what Glen Scrivener has to share with us today. I'm sure you guys will enjoy this.
Get to a spot where God, who's been demanding that we slaughter animals and burn them because he likes barbecue, is now decided that he's going to come down and take human form and sacrifice himself to himself for a weekend to fix everything for everybody. That's blood magic. That is sacrificial blood magic thinking and nothing to do about human value.
Who actually believes that? What you just described as a summary of Christianity? Who actually believes?
How could
what
you
just
not?
said? So God sacrifices himself to himself for a weekend to fix everything for everyone. It's sacrificial blood magic, according to Matt Dillahunty. That's what the cross sounds like to Matt Dillahunty.
So I have to point out here, first of all, and guys, let me know if you can hear that okay. I think I had the sound level right so you could hear it okay. But, in the original video that he's playing, he's talking about who actually believes that. And I think he's being a little coy here. Because on one level, I think he wants to key on the fact that Matt Dillahunty used the phrase sacrificial blood magic. And then I think he wants to say, well, but who actually believes that? I don't think Matt Dillahunty actually believes that any Christian will call it sacrificial blood magic. I don't think that any Christian thinks that they believe in sacrificial blood magic. I was a Christian for 40 years, and every time for 40 years, I never once thought to myself, yeah, we believe in sacrificial blood magic. But just because I did not identify with that term doesn't change the fact that it's accurate. So if he wants to sit here and get on his definitional, ontological high horse here about how Christians actually define their own religion, that's fine. But don't become like an angry little bitch just because he says, he was an angry little bitch. But, don't sit there and get in your feels about, what Christians actually believe that. Every Christian I know believes that. They don't phrase it that way. They have in their head a much better way of putting it that sounds better to their ear, but that doesn't change the fact that that's what they believe.
And he actually thinks, how can it not be that? How can it not be God sacrificing himself to himself for a weekend? How can it not be sacrificial blood magic? Make it make sense. And in this video, I want to say that sometimes we have spoken about the cross in such stupid ways that it is very easily to deride and sneer at the cross that we preach.
So it is true that, of course, sometimes the Christians speak of the cross in ways that makes it easily to deride and sneer. But here's my point. If we put this in the most antiseptic terms possible, it's still easy to deride and sneer at it. This isn't just a question of terminology, although I know he's going to try to make it sound like that. But you can put the most clinical antiseptic terms on it that you want. It's not going to change the fact of what it is.
we have not been preaching the cross the way we should. Or we've got the Reddit cartoon, God when he sacrifices himself to save us from himself. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. How silly, how stupid, what a nonsense. Or sometimes I've heard the cross spoken about as the father is a bus driver and he's got a bus full of kids and they are unworthy to be saved, but the only way that he can't drive over a cliff top and all the kids on the bus die is he has to turn the wheel and swerve the bus into the path of his son, and there is his son in a sandpit just playing away happily. And he has to decide, will it be the unworthy who die, the unworthy multitudes, or will he sacrifice his only son? And God so loved the world that he plowed down his toddler son so that anyone who trusts him shall not perish but have eternal life. And then the punchline of that is obviously, all aboard the bus? Do you want to trust this bus driver? And everybody hearing that illustration just thinks, no, please, no.
So, first of all, I love the fact that Dade Murphy says he just calls it silly nonsense but doesn't explain why, which is absolutely true. And Dade, I don't know if you've seen this whole video yet from Glenn, but at the risk of giving away the lead here, throughout this entire video, I watched it this morning and I thought this would be fun to react to. I've only watched it once, but I watched it once and he spends an entire video telling us how silly this caricature is that us stupid atheists have about Christianity and the cross. And yet he never actually does anything to counteract the whole reason why we think that it's silly. Now, I have not heard this bus driver analogy that he just brought up before. Maybe you guys have. I have noticed sometimes that when apologists try to defeat atheist arguments, aside from straw men, a lot of times they'll just bring up whole analogies that I've never even heard of. It doesn't mean that atheists never use the analogy. I don't know. Maybe they do. I've never heard that. But what he never talks about, here's what makes it silly. If you want to believe that your God is omnipotent, and I know that Glenn Scrivener is absolutely from the camp that says that God is not just a God, not just a deity, but that he's truly omnipotent. The entire idea of the cross, the entire idea of Christianity from its core is the idea that the omnipotent God, for some reason, is either unwilling or, even more damning, just incapable of simply forgiving me without a sacrifice. I can forgive people. You can forgive people. People get forgiven in this world all the time by mere mortals. Jesus forgave people. Jesus gave the power to his disciples to forgive people. But we're supposed to believe that the omnipotent creator God of the universe could not forgive you unless he killed an innocent. Now, of course, the other part of that argument too becomes, are you really killing anyone? Because yes, it's 1/3 of you who's dying for a weekend. I mean, yeah, and he touches on that too here. But even if we accept, let's just accept the idea that, okay, your son has been killed for us. Why? Why the fuck does the omnipotent creator God of the universe require, and I've said this before, just imagine that, Dade pisses me off. Dade Murphy does something, he writes something shitty in the chat, whatever. He pisses me off somehow. And then the next day, he pings me, like he emails me and he's like, man, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I did a bad thing. I don't know why I did that. And imagine my response is, well, all right, I can forgive you if you kill your dog. Go kill your dog and I'll forgive you for what you did. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? Who says, yeah, I could forgive you, but you need to kill an innocent thing first? Like, and it only gets worse when you throw Jesus into the equation, because at least with the ancient Hebrews, at least then they were killing animals. And to be clear, I'm not a vegan, vegetarian, PETA person, but I don't believe in wantonly killing animals. But I do believe that if you have to kill, a lamb or a human, pick the lamb every time. Okay. I don't want to get into long discussions about animal rights and everything, but I mean, if I have to pick between killing a lamb or killing a human, I would pick the lamb every single time. But no, they have to make it worse. They have to make it worse when they say, no, it's bad enough that they kill all the animals all the time at the temple. No, now we're going to kill an innocent human. We're going to kill an innocent human for you. Why? Because apparently the omnipotent creator God of the universe is incapable of just forgiving shit on his own. What the fuck? That makes no fucking sense. But let's hear more of this brilliance from Glenn, shall we? Because it's only going to get better, people.
This is not an illustration that is going to make people trust in God. It's going to make people think that he is a maniac. And here's a really bad example of the cross. I once heard a sermon, and the preacher just said, sometimes I get angry and there's a lot of testosterone in our household, and I just go down into the basement where I've got a punching bag, and after half an hour of working the bag, I've worked out all my aggression, and I come back up into the house, and I can be at peace with everybody else. And in just this way, said the preacher, the Father uses Jesus as a punching bag, and once he has exhausted...
I think he's making that shit up. I've heard some pretty fucked up sermons in my life, okay? But even I have to admit, if I was at church and the preacher gave a whole sermon about how he gets really aggressive and he has to go into the basement and beat the punching bag, and that's the analogy that he gave us for Jesus on the from the pulpit, I think that guy would have been probably taken aside by the church elders. And I'm probably giving Christianity too much credit here, okay? Maybe I shouldn't give them this much credit. But as much shit as I have about Christianity, even in the churches that I've been in, the church elders at least cared enough that they didn't want someone saying objectively offensive shit from the pulpit. So sometimes with these apologists, I wonder, did you really hear that sermon? Did you really hear that? Like Kent Hovind, for example, is infamous for telling these stories about these atheists he's talked to. And no, he's never talked to atheists that said these things. He's making this shit up for his sermons, right? I feel like that's what Glenn is doing here, but I don't know. Maybe this was a real sermon that he heard. If he did, it's really fucked up. It's horrible.
Stood all his wrath on his son. He takes a deep sigh of relief, and he can love everybody else. In the household, who wants to trust this God? Absolutely nobody, and I don't begrudge anyone who, if they're outside of the faith, says, I don't want this God, or if they're inside the faith, who says, I don't think we should preach the cross, and I don't think we should preach this doctrine called penal substitutionary atonement.
So I have to mention really quickly, because yes, he's right. If you really think about the whole idea of the cross, it's disgusting. It's not a selling point. And it doesn't make your religion look good. But I love how he makes it sound like, if that's the reason that you don't like Christianity, you know what? I know that most Christians don't ever do this, but if for anyone who actually was thinking about your religion and read the Old Testament, even if they'd never heard the name of Jesus in their life, but if they read the Old Testament, that would be enough to make any ethical, moral person say, this is fucking disgusting, and there is no way in hell that I'm actually going to follow this shit because it's gross. But yes, if we go past the Old Testament and we get into the New Testament, he's correct that the whole logic of the cross, and I love that he's going through this because I've said this on other live streams and recorded videos before. I've said, this is one of those things where I have to fully admit to you that when I was a Christian, it never actually dawned on me. I mean, of course, there were all kinds of things about Christianity that I thought were problematic when you read the Bible. But I honestly never asked myself, why was a sacrifice even necessary? Why do we have to go down this road? I don't get it. So let's continue on with this brilliance.
Because this doctrine called penal substitutionary atonement seems to lead to these grotesque caricatures of the gospel. Have you heard the phrase penal substitutionary atonement before? Penal, there's a penalty. Substitutionary, the Lord Jesus steps in for us. And atonement, this is how we are made at one with God.
So I want to mention a few things here really quick. First of all, penal substitutionary atonement is a very common doctrine amongst many Protestants. I don't know exactly which denominations officially hold to it or not. I do know it's very common in the American South as a common doctrine. It's very common in a lot of Protestant denominations. I will mention in the spirit of being fair that not all Christians hold to the doctrine of penal substitutionary atonement. Although I think it's funny because when you talk to Christians who will tell you that they don't believe in penal substitutionary atonement, a lot of times if you start talking to them in detail about the crucifixion, why did it even have to happen? Why did this, how does this help me? They'll usually end up talking down paths that lead to the doctrine of penal substitutionary atonement, even if they don't claim to believe in it. Catholics do not hold officially to penal substitutionary atonement, and yet, many times, when I've sat there and talked with Catholics about this, they will still talk in terms that take you down the same conceptual path. And I think it's funny he breaks this down because, he breaks down the three words, right? Penal. Okay. Well, I know what the Christian answer is to this, but what the hell am I getting penalized for? Of course, we know the answer is original sin, right? We all deserve to burn in hell. We all deserve horrible things. We're all just slime. We're disgusting people, and we deserve to rot in hell. But you actually have to believe in Christianity first in order to buy that bullshit. If you were coming at this fresh, if you weren't a Christian to start with, you should, first of all, if you're trying to proselytize to someone, you should worry about how the hell am I supposed to convince this guy that he needs to be punished for something in the first place? Punished for what? So that's the first word, penal. Substitutionary. And this is the part that I never thought of when I was a Christian, okay? It sounds lovely at first, like someone's going to take my punishment for me. What a wonderful thing. Except that if I said to you, let me give you my example again. Let's say that Dade pisses me off really bad, and he wants me to forgive him, and I say, okay, fine. You don't have to kill your dog, and you don't have to actually do anything. I'm just gonna beat Mary over here, or beat Joe. Still, how does anyone call this just? The idea that you can take one supposedly innocent, sinless, free of blemish person and give him the ultimate punishment, and we're supposed to be grateful for that, like, oh, my God is so loving that he'll kill an innocent person for me. Yay? Like, I should be happy with that? I mean, I guess in the very selfish sense, if you are facing death right now and someone takes the bullet for you, I do understand that you might feel in the immediate sense like, whew, I almost got killed there. But if you stand back and think about it for even 3 seconds, you realize that while it might feel good that you didn't get killed, you can't call it just. If you were the one who committed the crime and they killed someone else on my behalf, although I might selfishly feel good about it in the moment, even in that moment when I feel good about the fact that I'm alive, I can never tell you that it's just. Because just cannot be applied to killing an innocent for the sake of someone else who's supposedly guilty. There is no way to logically say that that's just. So the penal is to penalize you for being you. The substitution means that because we're going to punish you for being you, instead of punishing you, we're going to punish an innocent person. And then the atonement. And I did a whole video on this several months ago where I talked to, and I actually had to give credit where credit is due. This is Bart Ehrman who really inspired me to make this video, because even the atonement aspect is fucked up. It doesn't make any sense, even by the constructs of the Bible itself. Because in the Bible itself, throughout the Torah, the Hebrew Bible, it gives all kinds of examples of how you need to atone for things, right? You need to atone certain ways, depending upon what you've done and how you have to atone. But there's two big problems that Glenn is never, ever going to address here. One problem is this, that atonement only works for certain kinds of sin. For example, if you murder someone, there is no atonement in the Bible for murder. They never tell you, oh, you murdered Joe? Well, okay, go kill 3 oxen and you're good. No, there is no atonement for murder. There's punishment, but there's no atonement. And the Bible is actually pretty clear that there's punishment and there's atonement. They're not the same concepts, but Christians use them intermittently like they're the same thing. Glenn is going to use them intermittently like they're the same thing, or interchangeably, I should say. Interchangeably like they're the same thing. They are happy to switch them out. Atonement, punishment, punishment, atonement, but they're not the same thing. Atonement is like paying someone back. It's like I have a debt to pay to you. Atonement is settling an account. That's not what forgiveness is. But when it comes to many different crimes that are laid out in the law of the Hebrews, there are many sins for which there is no atonement. There's only punishment or forgiveness, but there is no atonement. And what makes it even worse is that he's never going to touch on this either. Christians will try to tell you that, well, there had to be a blood atonement. And yet the Hebrew Bible is very clear that there's no requirement for blood. It will often tell you to kill an animal as a certain type of atonement. And they will often tell you stories about animals that were killed as an act of atonement. And yet the same text will tell you that if you don't have a lamb, you can substitute a dove. And if you don't have a dove, you can substitute flour. You can sacrifice ground wheat as a sacrifice. So unless we're going to count the killing of plants, there's no blood for this. There's no killing required for this. So even in the case of those places where you do have to atone, if you don't have enough money to afford an animal to sacrifice, you can sacrifice something as small as a handful of flour. I don't know how much of an ephah is actually. Maybe it's more than a handful, but you can sacrifice like a pile of flour if you're poor. And again, there are many crimes or sins that you can commit for which there is no atonement. So the penal requires you to accept the idea that you just require punishment for being you. The substitution requires you to accept the idea that an innocent should be punished on your behalf. And the atonement requires you to throw out any advanced understanding of the Old Testament itself, which makes it clear that for many sins that you could commit, there is no such thing as atonement. And even when there is atonement required, it doesn't require blood. So every part of the idea of penal substitutionary atonement is intellectually and theologically bankrupt. But Glenn is never going to dive into that. John, you with us?
Yep.
You hanging out with us here as we go through this video?
Sure, because I got a good question for you.
Hit me with it.
All right. I know you were talking about sin. Is that what this guy was talking about?
Well, I mean, specifically, he's talking about the crucifixion, and he's talking about the doctrine of penal substitutionary atonement.
Okay. Well, I got a verse for you, and see if you make sense out of this for me.
Okay.
It's in 1 John, verse 8. I'll let you pull it up.
What chapter? Chapter 1?
Chapter 1.
All right. It says, if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us.
Yep.
So what is your question?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, as I understand this, this is this is from First John. It's one of the last books in the New Testament, and it's also, I believe, one of the later books ever written. This is not from the same guy who wrote the Gospel of John. And this is, to me, a clear articulation of the concept of original sin.
So is sin the truth or sin a lie?
Well, sin's not the truth. Or are you saying, does sin exist? Is that what you're asking? Or
No, it's according to the text, is the sin the lie or sin the truth?
oh, so no. So it says, if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. So the truth in this sense is the truth is the idea that you have sin in you, and the lie is that you are saying that you have no sin. So basically what this verse is doing, and what this whole paragraph is doing, so let's just read this so we make sure we get it in context. This is the message we have heard from him and proclaimed to you, that God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all. If we say that we have fellowship with him while we are walking in darkness, we lie and do not do what is true. But if we walk in the light as he himself is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us from all sin. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, he who is faithful and just will forgive us our sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us. So this entire passage here is a polemic against those who would say to the Christians that I don't need Jesus. I'm not a sinner. I haven't sinned. So why do I need Jesus? Why do I need the crucifixion? That's what this whole thing is. It's a way to try to get in front of that from a non-believer, really. So in other words,
the way because I know the way I read it, it sounded like the sin was the truth, and if you're a non-sinner, you're a liar.
No, that's not what it says. So it says, let's read that one verse again. If we say that we have no sin, okay, remember I said this is a polemic against people who are saying, look, I walk with Jesus, I don't need to go to church, I don't need to be a Christian, or I don't have sin, I don't need to worry about this, I'm not sinful. This is a polemic against that. So the verse says, if we say that we have no sin, so here I'm Adam of Nola saying to you, I am sinless, I don't have to worry about this. Then I'm deceiving myself, according to this verse, right? And the truth is not in me. In other words, I'm lying. It's so saying the truth is not in you is just it's just a fancier way or more poetic way of saying that if I tell you that I have no sin, that I'm deceiving myself and I'm lying. That's what that means.
Because I got two different versions. I got two different answers so far.
What's the other answer you got?
The other answer is I got from Justin. I don't know if you saw that one that night.
I did not.
Yeah, I happened to say the wrong. He said, if I remember correctly, I'd have to go back to the video. It was on a Justin. He was on TikTok, and I said the wrong word, and I got kicked off. I got kicked off TikTok.
Okay. I don't know exactly how Justin reads it. I mean, to be clear, generally speaking, if I have a certain reading and Justin has a different reading, I would be the first one to tell you, give deference to Justin's reading. But in this case, I feel very confident in what I'm saying here because this, like I said, first of all, when we look at the whole thing in context of what this passage is saying, that started off by God is light, right? This passage is a polemic against those who are trying to say, look, I don't need Jesus, I don't need Christianity, because notice here it says, if we say that we have fellowship with him while we are walking in darkness. Okay, so because in other words, there are some people who just tell you while they're doing bad things, hey, I've got Jesus, I don't need to worry about this, right? Then we lie, we do not do what is true. So there's that word, truth again. But if we walk in the light as he himself is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us all from sin. So it's a way of telling everyone that, look, you have sin whether you believe it or not. You need Jesus whether you admit it or not, and you're not with Jesus unless you're unless you're admitting this.
Okay. Yeah, that was my main question for tonight. Other than that, I'm just gonna hang out.
All right, cool. All right, let's get back to Glenn here.
The Lord Jesus makes us one with God by stepping into our shoes and taking a penalty so that we might be saved, so that we might be brought to God. Now, I am a believer in
Just if you want to,
Yeah.
just if you want to go look at that one at Justin, that the one that Justin, me and I had discussion with. If you want to check that one out, you can.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to pull it up right now without spending a bunch of time searching for it, but
Oh yeah, that's cool.
all right.
substitutionary atonement, I am also somebody who is very aware that that doctrine can be twisted into grotesque caricatures. And let's bring this into conversation.
So I love how he says it can be twisted into grotesque caricatures. And I'm going to keep hammering on this because he's not going to tell us at any point in this video why these are not grotesque caricatures. He's just going to tell us that they're silly and wrong and they're grotesque caricatures. It's the worst form of preachy evangelist bullshit to me, because it's bad enough if you give me, an argument that I just think is fallacious. I mean, at least we can discuss that. But when you just keep telling the viewer that their concerns are silly or twisted or, fallacious or demented, but you don't ever give any reason as to why they actually are, it comes across as extremely disingenuous to me.
With the videos we've been making recently. We've been talking about Protestantism in conversation with Orthodoxy, in conversation with Roman Catholicism, and it tends to be the more traditional denominations that say penal substitutionary atonement sounds very modern to our ears. It sounds like something that's just in the last 500 years of church history. And so the story goes, the first 1500 years of church history, people were preaching the cross, but they weren't preaching the cross like that. And I agree that no one was preaching the cross like those grotesque caricatures, and no one should preach the cross like those grotesque caricatures. Nevertheless, there is a truth to penal substitutionary atonement, so the Protestants who are preaching this doctrine need to be heard. But when we Protestants foreground simply that doctrine, it starts to become a grotesque caricature because it starts to become a mechanism for an impersonal salvation which is divorced from the doctrines that make penal substitutionary atonement make sense. And actually,
you can't come up with a doctrine that makes it make sense. And all he's going to do is keep telling you that it makes sense without actually, he's going to try to go through this 3-2-1 thing he talks about. And that's only going to make it worse. So let's enjoy this.
Kinds of doctrines that for the first 5 centuries and the first 15 centuries were front and center in church history, those doctrines are exactly what we need in order to preach penal substitutionary atonement. I think all sorts of theologians in the early centuries were preaching what penal substitutionary atonement really is. And I think nowadays, everybody should believe that Jesus Christ was sacrificed for our sin,
And why should they believe that that is remotely just or remotely consistent with a supposedly omnipotent God? Oh, that's right. He's not going to answer that.
He died in our place, that he was a penal substitutionary atonement. But we need one another. The Protestants who want to preach that gospel and want to foreground penal substitutionary atonement, they need the doctrines that the first 1500 years of church history had been foregrounding, and that the best of Protestantism has always been foregrounding. So what are those doctrines?
These doctrines are going to make it worse. Watch this.
There are 3 of them, And when you get to the end of this video, you'll recognize that Glenn Scrivener is a broken record. The three doctrines we need are the doctrines of the three, the doctrines of the two, and the doctrines of the one. And the preaching of Jesus Christ and Him crucified only makes sense when we foreground the three, the two, and the one. What's the three? The three is the doctrine of the Trinity, that God is.
Shocking. Okay, so I think it's hilarious that, of course, he's a big Trinitarian. I know that. And he loves him some Trinity. And he's going to hammer home how important the Trinity is. And he thinks that this is somehow making his case for penal substitutionary atonement stronger or better or more logical. And what I find to be hilarious about this is that it completely undermines his case. It makes something that's already morally and ethically very specious, and it makes it far worse. Let me explain why I say that. Because if you assume that Jesus was a man, a very holy man, very righteous man, let's even say that he was so good that God adopted him as his son, right? Which was a doctrine in the early church. It's now heresy. But, if you're trying to look at this through a lens like Jesus was ultimately a man, not the hypostatic union, fully man, fully God, but I mean, he was a man. And if a man, a person, human, chooses of their own free will to make the ultimate sacrifice for you, for me, for anyone, I could still argue that, man, that wasn't a good idea. Maybe you shouldn't have done that. But I mean, we've seen cases in human history, all throughout human history, where humans sacrifice their lives at times for the greater good of others. And most people in most situations would tell you that this is a very noble thing to do. Perhaps the most noble thing you could ever do, to lay down your life for someone else, to lay down your life for all of humanity. I mean, that's just multiplying it to the nth degree. So if you were to look at it this way, if you were to assume that Jesus is a man, not the fucking Son of God, not 1/3 of some weird indefinable Godhead, but actually a man who made the ultimate sacrifice for us, I mean, I still wouldn't think it was a good idea, but at least I could ascribe a certain level of nobility to it. At least I could say, you know what? That was a pretty cool thing to do. I mean, if you believe that you are giving your life for the betterment of all humanity, whether you're right or not, it is at least a noble idea. And I can at least credit it as being a noble idea. The problem that is just front and center in this is that people like Glenn, of course, adamantly, obstinately demand that we view this through the lens of the Trinity. And when you view it through the lens of the Trinity, so much of the potential nobility of this supposed sacrifice on the part of Jesus completely melts away and becomes absolutely nonsensical. Meaning, if this is part of God, however we want to define that in the Trinity, right? But if this isn't just a man giving up his life, but this is God, yes, then it does absolutely open the door to all of the perfectly reasonable critiques that say, okay, so God decided that 1/3 of him would be dead for a few days, knowing damn well that he would come back to life. Even before he came back to life, 2/3 of God was still alive. And we don't really have any reason to believe that Jesus, according to Christian doctrine, was ever truly, truly dead in terms of the spiritual sense, right? Because according to Christian doctrine, even at the point that his body expired, his soul still went around and did something. So the point is that if you want to believe that Jesus is God or is part of God or whatever you want to believe in the Trinity, that actually drains the potential sacrifice of the crucifixion of so much of its meaning and nobility. Because now, whether or not it was a good idea for Jesus to sacrifice himself for my horrible, dirty sins or whatever, But let's just grant them that for a second. Let's grant them the idea that I'm such a dirty, rotten bastard that somebody had to, give up something for me. Well, what the hell does 1/3 of the Godhead actually give up when he dies on the cross? He doesn't give up shit. He's eternal. According to your Trinitarian beliefs, he was there at the very beginning. He'll be there at the very end. He's fucking eternal. So after that, he's not giving up anything. He's giving up an afternoon. And so I think it's funny that he latches onto this Trinitarian thing because it completely undermines his argument. Even though I don't think that penal substitutionary atonement makes any sense, even if Jesus was just a human, it makes more sense from a personal perspective of Jesus if you assume that he was just a really noble guy. A guy who loved humanity, he loved us, loved, in theory, all of us, past, present, and future. He wanted the best for us. And in order to get the best for us, he thought he had to be sacrificed on the cross. It would also make more sense if you assume that Jesus was just a man. Because now, if you assume that Yahweh had already put the rules in place that says, hey, there has to be a sacrifice, which we've already talked about didn't have to happen. But let's just say we assume there had to be a sacrifice for forgiveness. Okay, well now Jesus, if he's not part of the Trinity, is the one deciding to fulfill that rule. But the problem is that when you call it the Trinity, now you are talking about one guy fulfilling his own rule, which, by the way, is a stupid rule. So if I give you an illogical, unjust rule that you should follow, and then in order to make it right, instead of just telling you, you know what, that was a stupid rule, I'm going to make it go away because I have the power to do that. No, instead I'm going to create this incredibly convoluted construct where I create a new third of me that's my son but is me, and somehow, and we're all the same God but we're not. And then at the end of all of that, then that person is going to die, which means they're never really going to die because they were always me, and I always knew that they were God, and I always knew that they were never actually going to fully die. You know what death is? This is what I think is hilarious about this whole bullshit story. Death is not, I suffered some pain and some wounds, and I suffered on the cross for 3 hours, and then I died and was immediately brought up to heaven, and became anointed and enlightened and all this shit, and came and visited everyone, and I spend the rest of eternity enjoying my heavenly life. No, death is you're done. That's what death is. That's why death is a sacrifice. If you said to me you're going to sacrifice a cow in order to make some kind of cosmic accounting right, and I said, okay, fine, sacrifice your cow, and then 3 hours later, your cow came back to life. And then I found out that you knew all along that your cow was going to come back to life. Then does that count as a sacrifice to square the books? How much sense does it make if we look at this through a Trinitarian lens, when God always knew that Jesus wasn't going anywhere? He wasn't going to be lost. He wasn't going to be gone. When your loved ones die, you don't cry because you won't be able to see them for a couple of hours. You cry because even in the most Christian viewpoint, you won't be able to see them for a long damn time. Because they're gone. Because they're fucking dead. So the idea that Jesus was always part of a Trinity zaps this already intellectually bankrupt construct of any power that it might have had in the first place. And it makes it sound like even more of what it is, which is a joke.
As a father loving his son in the joy of the Holy Spirit, and that therefore the one on that cross is the Son of the Father filled with the Spirit, the one in on the creation of the universe. He is Lord. And this is what all of us need if we are to preach Jesus Christ and him crucified. We should all
Right. The one on the cross, according to your beliefs, was God, who was never actually going to die. He didn't actually die. His body died for a few hours. who fucking cares? Who cares? You're talking about an eternal being who was giving up 1/3 of himself for a few hours, and somehow that is supposed to be justice. Somehow that's supposed to be a sacrifice. It's not even a sacrifice. I mean, forget the fact that we already talked about the fact that the sacrifice, according to the rules of the Bible itself, wasn't even necessary. This isn't even a sacrifice. It's you taking an afternoon off. Who fucking cares?
Preach Jesus Christ and Him crucified. We should be obsessed with the.
I want to highlight this comment because this is a beautiful comment here from Demented Engineer. It says, hold up here. Not a sacrifice. Jesus going to hell forever and losing his power forever would be the only appropriate sacrifice. Yes, absolutely. If you want to tell me, I mean, first of all, if you want to tell me that Jesus was human, like I already said, and that Jesus made this choice himself to sacrifice himself for the great of all humanity, I just don't think it would make sense. But okay, at least it would sound noble, right? It's okay. He did what he thought was a good thing for all of us. And then because if he's just human, then he dies and goes away. That is a sacrifice. At least it's a sacrifice on Jesus's part because he doesn't get his life anymore. If you want to hold tight to this idea that no, Jesus is part of the Trinity, he's part of God, then this is a great point from Demented Engineer, because then the only way that I could possibly count that as a sacrifice is if after dying on the cross, Jesus went to hell forever, not a day or two, but forever, lost his powers, and, you know, let's put a cherry on top and say that he was tortured for the rest of eternity, eternal conscious torment. I mean, that would be a sacrifice. If you told me that's what happened to the God lost his powers and then went to hell forever for us, that would be a sacrifice. You know, in terms of I would still think it's fiction, but I mean, in terms of internal consistency in the story, that would make sense. But not the way they tell the story. The way they tell the story, it's not even a sacrifice. Like, why would we even care? It's so silly. I mean, to be clear, whether you're God or not, I'm sure that the physical misery that any person endured during the act of crucifixion was probably excruciating and disgusting. So, but you're talking about an eternal being that never lost his powers, never, you know, like you said, Demented Engineer, got stuck in hell or anything like that. Like, he gave up an afternoon, and it's not a sacrifice at all.
Simple gospel. But the simple gospel includes the truth that the one on that cross is our maker. For this point, I'll get the help of Athanasius. So Athanasius in the 4th century said the renewal of creation has been wrought by the selfsame Word who made it in the beginning. There is thus no inconsistency between creation and salvation, for the one Father has employed the same agent for both works, effecting the salvation of the world through the same Word who made it in the beginning. Athanasius is telling us the one on that cross is maker. And it's so important that the one on the cross is maker because he is remaking the world by his death and resurrection. He is the Word of the Father filled with the Spirit. He is our maker who is taking responsibility for his handiwork. And
how is that taking responsibility for your handiwork? Seriously, 1/3 of yourself is going to endure some pain for a few days and will then transfer from being a physical body back to being the God that you always were in the first place. How does that even make sense? How is that balancing the scales? How is that doing anything to make anything right? It's the more you look at this story, the more it becomes galling at how blatantly illogical and inconsistent the entire thing is. And like so many other apologists, Glenn Scrivener has nothing but haughty words, you know, to make it sound like it's beautiful. Oh, look what Athanasius said about it. That doesn't help. That's not helping any of this complete devoid lack of logic at all.
When you don't preach that, that's where caricatures of the cross start coming in. Like the preacher who saw Jesus as like some punching bag that God was pummeling so he could feel better about us. Caricatures of the cross always depersonalize the one who is hanging there, and they make him into something less than our maker, an Athanasius.
No, caricatures of the cross depersonalize the one who's hanging there because you insist on imposing this framework of the Trinity over the top of it. If Christians said, no, Jesus was a man, he was a righteous man, a holy man, maybe the best man who ever lived, but he was a man. If you said that, it would lend so much more power to this story. It would actually make it feel like a real sacrifice. I'm not going to say it would make me want to follow Yahweh because Yahweh's disgusting, but at least I can say, you know what? The story of the crucifixion is a dude who thought he was helping the world by allowing himself to be killed. And like I said before, sometimes people allow themselves to be killed for stupid reasons. So we can discuss that all day long. But generally speaking, giving your life for the sake of others is considered one of the most noble things that a human can do. But when it's a God, and the God actually isn't dying, the God's going away and then coming right back. I mean, literally coming right back. That's not a sacrifice. And it drains this entire story of any beauty that it might have had. That's why I think it's so hilarious when you have to impose this Trinitarian framework over the top of it, because people like Glenn will not admit and cannot see how much this robs their own mythology, their own legend of its potential power. Even if we assume that these are just made up gods like the Greek gods or something, if you tell me that this character lost something, really lost something, then at least in the context of the story, I can say, well, that's powerful. It's powerful that he lost something. Like Demented Engineer said, maybe the price is that Jesus had lost his powers and went to hell. I mean, I'm not saying I would believe it in terms of theology, but at least it would be a powerful, moving story. The idea that a God would lose his powers to save us and then suffer some kind of eternal torment to save us, that would be powerful, but that's not what we get. And this, he's never going to talk about this, but this, I love how he mentioned, he loves to talk about old church leaders like Athanasius. He's a big fan of like church history, which is fine. But he doesn't it doesn't seem like he ever wants to acknowledge the clear connection here as to why these early church leaders were making up these stories, because they were trying themselves to make sense of this. On one hand, they had, you had this guy who was very popular, had a big following, and then guess what? He got himself executed by the Romans. It's like, oh shit, what do we do with that? And then for the next several hundred years, they had to keep crafting and refining and honing this story to somehow fit into this framework that they had in their head. And as much as they tried to do it, they ended up just making everything so much more confusing. And as I said again, they ended up draining the story of so much of its power. So they ended up, let me say it a different way. They ended up draining the story of what could have been so much of its redemptive power. Because even if it's fiction, I know it's going to sound funny for me to say as a fiance, or I was reading the screen, as an atheist. But even as an atheist, I can appreciate a good story. I can appreciate stories where, someone gave up something of, incredible value or power in return, to help someone else that maybe didn't even deserve it. I mean, that's a powerful story if you leave it at that. The problem is they fuck up their own story and they just make it sound so completely lame. And his only answer to this is to preach to us about how we're just supposed to appreciate it.
Says, no, on the cross hangs our Maker, and that there is no rupture between Jesus Christ, our Maker, and the Father, who Jesus Christ is revealing. It is so important that the Father and the Son are one. Athanasius points out the one on the cross and calls him very Son of the Father, natural and genuine, proper to his essence. That's the Greek word homoousios, which was right at the heart of the Nicene Creed, of one being with the Father. He is wisdom, only begotten, and very and only Word of God is he, not a creature or work, but an offspring proper to the Father's essence. He is homoousios, of the same nature. He is one with the Father. And the oneness of Father and Son is so important because it's not as though there's God up there and there's guilty us here, and then God zaps this guy over here so that he can save us over here.
Notice he still will not, refuses to, and will not, and probably cannot explain to us why God has to zap this guy over here to save us over there. He steadfastly refuses to even touch that question. Not that I would expect him to do otherwise, to be fair, but what the fuck? You know, this isn't hard, people. All you have to do is just, I know that analogies sometimes can be cumbersome in their own right, but this isn't even that hard of an analogy. I mean, just think of any other scenario. Let's say you're at work and we say, you know, we've all been crappy employees. And in order to, you know, make it right so that the company doesn't have to fire all of us, instead we're going to fire the one employee who hasn't done anything bad, because all the rest of you have been crappy employees. But here I am, the CEO. I have the power to do whatever I want with the company. I can fire everyone. I can put everyone into different roles. I can do whatever I want. I'm the fucking CEO. I have all the power. And the way that I decide I'm going to fix this problem where I have all these crappy employees and one really great employee is that I'm going to can the really great employee as some act of mercy towards all the crappy employees. And by the way, after I can the really great employee, he's going to come back tomorrow. He'll be back in the same job. In fact, he's going to be in a bigger job now. Okay, so how does any of that make sense? None of it makes sense.
What we see in Christ crucified is the expression of the Father's will towards us. God was in Christ reconciling the world to himself. Jesus,
he says what we see in Christ being crucified is the expression of God's will towards us. Think about that for a second. Why is it God's will to actually help us be better people rather than trying to bail us out of some original sin fantasy for something that you created thousands of years before? Why is it God's will toward us to forgive us for things that we genuinely feel remorseful for? I understand that if God's existed, the God isn't going to blindly forgive us for things that we don't even feel bad about. Okay, if you go out there and you kick a puppy and you don't care and you laugh about it, I don't expect God to forgive you for that. All right. But if you go out there and you do a bad thing and then you come to God, not Jesus, but you come to Yahweh and you're on your knees and you're remorseful, you're sorry, you're like, Yahweh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done this thing. It was a big mistake. I have gone against your word. Please forgive me. Why can't God just forgive you? How is it that the omnipotent creator God of the universe cannot or will not forgive you for being sincerely remorseful for having sinned against him? There is no good answer to this. No good answer whatsoever. And the only answer is that, well, because he hasn't killed his son yet. And even this doesn't make sense, because if you assume the answer is that he had to kill his son, okay, then his son's dead. I mean, we know he's not really dead according to Christian theology, but he's dead. Okay, so I guess it's done, right? I mean, Christ has died for my sins. Why do we even need to go to church? Why do we need to do anything? I mean, it's done. You squared the books. So if we are to believe this Christian Trinitarian bullshit, not only does it mean that this entire transaction is completely illogical, But on top of that, apparently it was a transaction that was good for months, weeks, hours. I mean, how long did this salvation that came from Jesus last? Because it doesn't seem to last anymore now, because there's still people doing horrible things. And apparently I'm still going to hell because I haven't jumped through all the hoops of accepting Jesus as my Lord and Savior. If I have to accept Jesus Christ to be my Lord and Savior in order to be saved, why does he have to have been crucified in order for me to do that? Why couldn't you just bring your son down and say, hey, everyone, here's my son Jesus. Here's the new rules. If you want to go to heaven, you got to accept this, my son, as your Lord and Savior, and you have to repent of your sins, admit your sins, repent, and if you don't, you're going to burn in hell. Why was the crucifixion even necessary in that equation? If we assume that I still have to do more things going forward in order to be saved, why couldn't I just do those things right now to be saved? I mean, this is another thing I never hear a Christian ever talk about, and they never will. Not all denominations, but if you're like American Protestant, what do they tell you have to do to be saved? You have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You have to profess him with your mouth. You have to repent of your sins. Those are like the three things I was always taught you have to do to be saved, right? What if Jesus hadn't died on the cross, but he'd lived? Let's say he lived a nice, long, old age. He lived to be 100, and he wrote down all sorts of beautiful, holy sayings. He taught us how to live. Okay, but he was never crucified. And then after he lived, I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I professed him with my mouth, and I repented of my sin. You're telling me that that Yahweh could not have saved me because Jesus never got crucified? It doesn't make any sense. If the requirements right now to be saved are that I have to accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, repent of my sins, profess him with my mouth, I could have done that whether he was crucified or not. The idea that he had to be crucified to unlock some spiritual mojo is just completely fictitious. It's made up shit that you have come up with as a means to try to make sense of your nonsensical religion.
Is not a third party in between God and man, as though he's outside of what it means to be God. You will make a mockery of the cross unless you believe in the doctrine of the Trinity, which might be news for some people. It might be news for people who say, we just need to get out there and preach a simple gospel. Stop complicating things with your doctrine of the Trinity. No, I will not stop complicating things with the doctrine of the Trinity. Because the doctrine of the Trinity doesn't complicate, it clarifies.
The doctrine of the Trinity makes everything worse. As I've already said, you could almost believe that this is a noble, reasonable thing for someone to do, to lay down their life for someone else, because that's usually deemed to be noble, until you buy into this idea that Jesus is God, and then it robs it of all the power that it might have had.
Doctrine of the Trinity is exactly that, which enables us to look at the one on the cross and call him Lord. Without the doctrine of the Trinity, you cannot preach the simple gospel. Only with the doctrine of the three does the simple preaching of the cross make sense. And so, thank you, Athanasius. And every Protestant's heart leaps for joy when they read Athanasius, because this is the gospel that we want to proclaim too. The second truth that we need to be foregrounding if we're going to preach the simple cross is the doctrine of the two. The world is shaped by two representatives, Adam and the second Adam, Jesus Christ.
So he's going to go into this and we're going to listen to it, but he has this whole thing of the two, the Adam and Jesus, and I do understand, of course, that in Christianity there is this whole additional shit that has been tacked on to Adam. And just like the Trinity, I will say this. You can believe whatever you want about Adam, but every single thing that you ever believe about some deeper meaning of Adam is you and or your parents and or your church leaders and or your whole system of indoctrination tacking on shit that literally doesn't exist anywhere in the Bible. You are creating a story from whole cloth that doesn't exist anywhere there. Now, you can read into it and say, this is my interpretation, and that's fine. Everyone has that right as they read any text. But this whole idea that Earth was made one time with Adam, and then it had to be remade again with Jesus, and the relationship with God was made with Adam, and then it had to be remade with Jesus. However he's going to explain it here in the next couple minutes, is literally him and his, not just him personally, of course, but him and his faith and his doctrine, his denomination, wallpapering this shit into a text where it does not exist at all. And what he's about to talk about with Adam, I would argue, is even more tacked on than the Trinity. I am aware, I'm very familiar with most of the arguments about the Trinity. And while I do not believe them, and I don't think that they're even very logical, I know all of the verses that they point to in the Old Testament to try to tell you that, see, it's a Trinity. But when they start getting into this Adam shit, honestly, these arguments are even far weaker than the Trinity arguments.
Jesus is the second Adam. He is true humanity, doing Adam's life and death and rising again to pioneer a new path for humanity. That is who Jesus is. He's not just maker.
I had to pause here because I love what Cookies Crass Cat says. The quadrinity. I mean, really, this is kind of what it sounds like, because the way he talks about Adam here, and of course I've cut him off here, we're going to get back to him, but he really does talk about it like it's almost this quadrinity. I don't think that Glenn would tell you that Adam was divine or truly part of God, but nevertheless, it's not that big of a stretch to use that term the way he talks about Adam here.
On the cross, he's also man. And for this truth, we're going to turn to Cyril of Alexandria. He said in the early 5th century, the Lamb is to become the second Adam. The Lamb, that is Jesus Christ, is to become the second Adam, not from...
Cookies Crass Cat says, do two atoms equal a molecule? No, two atoms equal an element. And two or more elements equal a molecule. So I'm being anal retentive about that there.
Earth, but from heaven, and to become the source of all good for human nature, the deliverance from imported corruption,
Notice what he's reading from here. I already said that he loves early church fathers. He's reading from Cyril of Alexandria, who's talking about the Lamb is to become the second Adam, which is fine. I mean, you can come up with any interpretations that you want, but remember I said, this has nothing to do with the Bible. This is people, even though they are very early by our modern reckoning, you're still talking about people, the years are right there on the screen, writing 4 centuries after the death of Jesus. They're writing almost 3 centuries or 2.5 centuries after the last book of the New Testament was written. So this is tacked on theology. I'm not going to say that inherently means it's wrong, because you could always read an old book and come to new conclusions from reading it, right? And when you read the old book and you come to new conclusions, that doesn't mean that your new conclusions are wrong. But it's one thing to say that, hey, I was reading The Lord of the Rings today, and I have come up with a new theory about what was going on in the story. That's fine. It's completely different than for me to read The Lord of the Rings with my new theory and then start preaching it like this is what the original Lord of the Rings meant, as though I have any knowledge or authority of telling you what J.R.R. Tolkien actually meant when he wrote the text. It's arrogant. I mean, that's really what it is. It's a lot of arrogance.
Bestower of eternal life, the basis for transformation into God.
I have to highlight this too. This is good. So secular scripture says, and Jesus is the new Isaac and the new Ezekiel and the new Elisha and the new Moses. And yeah, exactly. So that's a great point, because we can play that game all day long. You know, you can, yes, Adam was the first man according to Genesis, but there is already a very strong Christian tradition of trying to trace these lineages, right? So, yeah, as long as we're going to pull that bullshit, we can just, you know, claim that it's the same person reincarnated every time. I know Christians don't believe in reincarnation per se, but I mean, the argument isn't much different, really.
God. For one lamb died for all, rescuing the entire flock on earth for God the Father. Sounds very penal substitutionary atonement to me.
So one lamb died on earth for all to rescue them for God the Father. Again, so I guess I'm saved, right? I'm going to heaven. And we all know that's not going to be the case. Even, I mean, I don't believe in heaven at all, but even if there was, we all know that according to Christian doctrine, I'm not going to heaven. But these words are completely duplicitous. On one hand, they want to talk about everyone being saved. And on the other hand, you're going to tell me that I still needed to do all these other things to be saved. So if I had to do all the other things to be saved, then why couldn't I have done those without the crucifixion? What purpose did the crucifixion serve? It served none.
The Father gave his Son as a ransom for us once for all, since all are in him and he is greater than all. One died for all, that all may live in him. Death swallowed up the Lamb for all and vomited forth all in him. It's like death is the great fish that swallowed Jonah and then spat him back out. When have you last been likened to vomit as a positive thing? You've been vomited forth by death in Christ. And with him, since we were all in Christ, who died and was raised for us and on our behalf. Jesus is the second Adam. He is true man standing for all humanity. And just as by...
You know who's the third Adam? Adam of Noah. That's right. The third Adam. There is Adam, there's Jesus, and there's Adam of Noah. I'm calling it right now. I am the third Adam.
the flesh we are one with Adam, so by the Spirit we are one with Christ. Just as Adam has a corporate identity and stands for those who are in his family, so Jesus is the federal head of his corporate identity, this new humanity in him. The cross doesn't work if you have an individualistic account of humanity. If you just think everybody stands or falls according to their own performance, then I guess Jesus is falling and standing according to his own performance, and that's nice for him that he seemed to go down and then back up again, but we are left to our own devices. But no, the Bible has a corporate sense of identity. Covenant union with Adam, covenant union with Christ. And Jesus is the second Adam who takes our humanity to himself so that we don't stand or fall by ourselves. We stand or fall in our covenant head. In Adam, we have fallen. In Adam, we are corrupted. In Adam, we are sinful. In Adam, we are cursed. But in
Yes. In Adam of Noah, you are corrupted, you are sinful, and you are cursed. Congratulations.
Christ, we are raised. In Christ, we are blessed. In Christ, we are saved. And preaching the simple gospel of the cross doesn't work if your doctrine of humanity is atomistic and individualistic. You need to believe that humanity has fallen in Adam and is raised in Christ, or else penal substitutionary atonement doesn't work.
Penal substitutionary atonement doesn't work, period. And he will not and cannot actually articulate a way in which it suddenly works. His whole answer is that it works because God is on the cross. That doesn't answer any of the questions. It literally solves nothing. And in fact, it makes the complete devoid lack of logic here much worse than it was originally.
You need these old dead guys. Hey, modern Protestants who want to preach penal substitutionary atonement, I'm one of you. We need old dead guys and their foregrounding of these wonderful doctrines, Trinity and the two Adams. And you don't get to preach the free gospel of grace without Trinity and the two Adams. And then there's a third doctrine that I want to talk to you about.
Oh, goody. The third doctrine. Let's hear it. Bring it, Glenn. Man, I am so ready to meet Jeebus tonight.
We've thought about the three. We've thought about the two, that is the two Adams. And now we need to talk about one. You are one with Adam by birth. You are born again to be one with Christ. union with Jesus makes sense of the whole gospel. And without union with Jesus, it all falls apart as a total nonsense. In preaching the cross, I need Jesus to not only be maker and man, I need him to be mine. This needs not to be an impersonal zapping, as though God zaps Jesus like somebody beating up a punching bag.
Secular scripture says, oh, geez, that was only the second. Yeah, you know what? I'm really going to, we've already watched a bunch of this. We're 15 minutes into a 21-minute video. So that's about as much as I can take from Glenn on this. So I shouldn't be surprised, but what is somewhat mind-blowing to me is that he spent that, I know we spent more than 15 minutes going through his stuff because I keep adding my commentary, right? But he spent 15 minutes in that video, and he spends 21 minutes in the whole video. And I know I'm biased here, but I swear there's not a damn answer in any of it. There's not a single logical answer in a single thing that he said in that entire assault of verbal diarrhea. It's just the same preachy, isn't it beautiful talking points that don't do anything to address any of the logical inconsistencies in the entire equation. He never talks for a second, never will, about why an omnipotent God of the universe has to kill 1/3 of him for a few hours in order for us to actually be forgiven. Why is it that the omnipotent God of the universe can't forgive me without this whole Greek drama? I mean, there is no good answer to that. There is no good answer whatsoever. And he goes on and on about this. And I know I shouldn't care because he's just another apologist, but I think it's hilarious because at a certain point, I don't expect apologists to say, yeah, you're right, Adam. Yeah, there is no God. It's, this is all stupid. I don't expect them to say that. But at a certain point, sometimes you feel like, can you give me even a logical discussion? Can you actually engage at all with the talking points around these subjects that you seem so passionate about? And yet all we get is him verbally jerking off early church fathers and congratulating himself on his pronunciation of Koine Greek words like homoousis and shit, homoousius. All this does, I shouldn't say all this does, because for people who are in his camp, who just want to believe so badly, this is powerful stuff. He has this very formulaic way of just making everything sound profound. He says these things. He quotes early church fathers. He quotes Greek words like, oh, that makes sense. But when you actually sit down and think about it, no, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense at all. But, oh well, he's not going to get any better. I mean, he is, classic apologist stuff. Do we have a new troll? Who's this here? Beats to slide 2. I have no problem with atheists saying that they don't believe in an invisible God. It makes sense. But what I have a problem with is the contradictions and hypocrisy that follows. Well, that'd be great if you could actually just bring up a contradiction or a piece of hypocrisy that is other than blind accusations. That'd be cool. All right. So what are we doing? We have gone through Glenn Scrivener's absolute just drivel of complete lack of knowledge. Like, what the hell, man? But I'm not surprised. I thought about doing a whole recorded response video to him, but then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to pull this up during the live stream tonight because it is complete and utter bullshit. Let's pull up a few more comments, and then I'm not going to go late tonight because I'm not feeling like doing marathon style. Plus, I started early. I started 4 hours ago. So we've been doing this 4 hours. And we're going to do some more comments. And then, I don't know. We'll see. Unless we get more callers. We get callers, I'll probably go for longer. But let's see. Give me a second here. Pull up my notes. So let me hit this comment here before we move on. Dimension Engineer says, God is all-powerful and just, but had to send himself, to sacrifice himself, to appease himself. For breaking the rules, he broke himself. For flawed creation, he designed. Bingo. Yeah. And you notice how earlier in that video with Glenn, you know, he brings up these memes, you know, atheist memes. And I don't mind that you bring up memes because, yes, atheists do make memes about this stuff and they laugh about it. And, of course, memes, generally speaking, are not considered to be great arguments for anything, right? But if you just dismiss the concept of something merely because you saw it in a meme, then you are actually performing a degree of intellectual laziness. So it's not that I expect a Christian apologist to pull up a bunch of atheist memes and then to give them a bunch of grand intellectual respect. But there are memes that I have seen from atheists. Sometimes I look at them and say, this isn't a very good argument, or this isn't even very funny. I don't love something just because it's an atheist meme. But there are other atheist memes that I've seen where, yeah, they are funny and yeah, they are insulting. They're funny and they're insulting because nobody on the Christians or, you know, theist side has come up with any reasonable answer as to why these are not bullshit. So, you know, it gets a little tiring sometimes, you know, when you see a video from Glenn or someone like that who comes up with their memes. And I don't mind that you bring up memes. I don't mind that you're a little dismissive of memes, but if your only reason for dismissing an argument is because you saw it in a meme, then you are definitely not performing any type of intellectual activity there, because there are certainly, and I don't just say this as an atheist. I mean, you know, when you look at the political cartoons in the newspapers, right? They might make fun of the Democrats or they might make fun of the Republicans. Well, the fact that it was in a political cartoon doesn't make it a bad point. In fact, sometimes political cartoons make incredible points. And if you dismiss it merely because you saw it in a political cartoon, you're probably making yourself look less than intelligent in that process. And what is a meme but in a one-pane internet cartoon, really? I mean, that's what it is. And I'm not making this case to say that memes by themselves should be elevated to this great form of argument, because there are a lot of lazy memes out there on any side of a theological fence. There are a lot of memes that make bad points. There are a lot of memes that just seem nonsensical to a guy like me who's 53 years old. But if your argument against this atheist point is that you saw it in a meme, then you're not really doing yourself any favors in terms of the discussion, you know? All right, so moving on. Comments. I don't like this one. I'm going to skip that one. It's boring. So we've seen this really lame argument before, but I'll bring it up again just because this person had replied to my Fenord video. And then it says, to use the Scandinavian countries as an example of moral good, non-Christian countries, is totally misleading due to the fact that these countries' entire moral and ethics is built on centuries of Christianity shaping their thoughts and behaviors. No, your comment there is entirely misleading, and quite frankly, it's just stupid. Because if you think that just because a country was predominantly Christian at one point means that now everything that happens in that country is to be given the credit of Christianity, means that you cannot engage with this on any sort of intellectual level whatsoever. Notice how Christians only ever want this one way. So when did Christianity come to England? 300, 400 AD, something like that. I don't see Christians saying that all of the advancements in England are to be laid at the feet, or given the credit to pagan society, because guess what? There were pagans in England a hell of a lot earlier than there were English people, or what we consider to be modern English people. There were pagans in England before there was anything called Christianity. So using this same ridiculous, completely fucking stupid lack of logic, then the first peoples who ever populated a country should then get every bit of credit for everything that country does going forward. How stupid can you be? So yes, the Scandinavian countries were predominantly Christian, just like all of Europe was for centuries. They are no longer predominantly Christian. And does that mean that Christianity, would I ever say that Christianity was not responsible on some level for the good things that we see in Scandinavia? No, of course not. I mean, Christianity was a dominant societal force in Scandinavia for many centuries. Do they deserve some credit for good things that are in Scandinavia? Of course they do. Of course, I also, anytime you see a discussion like this, nobody ever wants to tell me, okay, then tell me the bad things in Scandinavian society that you think we should lay the blame at the foot of Christianity. Because as soon as you pull up this drivel, I also want to hear you tell me, okay, if you're taking credit for all the good things in Scandinavia because it used to be a good country. I mean, I haven't been to Scandinavia, and I've heard it's a pretty cool stretch of land. But I'm sure that there are some bad things in Scandinavia because no country is perfect. Okay? So tell me, please, if you're going to have the complete mental bankruptcy to put a comment like this on my video, then please at least have the honesty to say, okay, and here's all the bad things that are in Scandinavia that should also be laid at the foot of Christianity. Of course, you're not going to do that, are you? Because all the good things in Scandinavia must be, in Scandinavian countries, must be the credit of Christianity, because they all used to be Christian countries. And all the bad things in Scandinavian countries, of course, can't be tied to Christianity at all, because that's not Christianity's fault that there are bad things there. I'm sure that's just all the fault of Satan or the fault of other religions, because I'm sure that you're very intellectually fair about this, aren't you, idiot? Then they go on to say, I have no issues about you talking about Japan. Japan is probably a good example, but Japan has nothing to do with the fact that you misleadingly used the Scandinavian countries as an example to support a claim. Once again, boy, they're really pissed off about the Scandinavian thing. I wanted to point out that I think you should provide a better example to support your claim instead of telling something that is not true. I didn't say anything that's not true. I said that the Scandinavian countries are largely atheistic in nature, and they... well, and they're very good places to live with high levels of happiness and satisfaction. You can sit there and make up your connections and say that this is all the benefit of Christianity all you want. You can't prove it in any level. All you can do is assert, because you can't handle the fact that there are countries out there that don't owe their happiness and their success to Christianity. Says, after all, it looks like you are trying to tell people what you think is true. If that is correct, then don't use a lie or a twisted truth to support your views. I did not use a lie or a twisted truth in any part of my video. And despite the fact they have asserted with no evidence that everything that's good in the Scandinavian countries should be given the credit of Christianity, they've given us no evidence, and then they have followed that up by trying to claim then that I am spreading lies or mistruths. So this tells you the quality of information that you get from people who want to beat this tired drum about everything good in the world being somehow tied to Christianity, like we owe Christianity this massive debt, like everything good comes from Jeebus. Here's a great comment, very deep, well thought out. It says, what an awful video. Maybe take notes from Matt Dillahunty, TJ Kirk, or Dark Matter 2525. They know how to entertain and engage the audience in intellectual and emotional conversations. I don't actually know who TJ Kirk is, but of course I know Matt Dillahunty. I know who Dark Matter 2525 is. The funny thing that I think I thought was about the funny thing that I came to mind when I saw this video is that there's a lot of people on the interwebs today that will bitch a lot about Matt Dillahunty. Even atheists that will say that he's not entertaining anymore. Now, I'm not taking a stance on that. You know, maybe you love Matt Dillahunty, maybe you don't. Clearly, this person, Teth Loach, loves Matt Dillahunty. But let's just say that it's not a universal idea amongst the interwebs that Matt Dillahunty is so entertaining. As I said, I don't know who TJ Kirk is. Of course, I know Dark Matter 2525, not personally, but I know who he is. He's entertaining, but, you know, again, I guess you didn't like my video. So good on you. I wonder what the replies on this say. It's just blathering. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, whatever. This person is a real intellectual titan here. All right, moving on. So this is, again, on the Fenord video. Nice. Asserting Christians have a priori beliefs that ignore facts. I know you atheists love saying that so much. Not true, of course. And no, the Bible does not have a single contradiction. If you find a contradiction, you are finding error in your understanding. Thank you for just proving that you're a fucking idiot. I mean, really, comments like these are just so stupid. First of all, like when it says asserting Christians have a priori beliefs that ignore facts, I can assert that anyone has a priori beliefs that ignore facts because that's true. Atheists have a priori beliefs that ignore facts. Republicans and Democrats have a priori beliefs that ignore facts. That's called being human. So if you think you have some great, gotcha on me there because, oh, how dare I say that Christians have a priori beliefs that ignore facts. And then this is not true, of course. Yeah, because no Christians have a priori beliefs. They're telling me, this person is telling me that there is no Christian anywhere who has a priori beliefs that ignore facts. That tells you right there what type of intellectual titan we are dealing with. And then, as if it wasn't already clear, then they go to the old canard that, oh, the Bible doesn't have a single contradiction. If you think there's a contradiction, it's just an error in your understanding because words don't mean words. Words mean what I tell you they mean. Words mean that whatever God and Jeebus says that they mean. I'll tell you, this crowd that says that the Bible doesn't have any contradiction, it's just like basically taking a sign, a giant sign that says, I am fucking mentally ill, and just waving it over your head and throwing it in everyone's face, making sure that everyone sees how much you are out of touch with reality. And that's the only way that I can put it. I don't care if that's rude. I don't care, if it's dismissive, because we can quibble over contradictions. There are some contradictions that I would say are not that big a contradiction. And there are some contradictions that are contradictions, but aren't really important. Like they don't change the theology. But of course, if your contention is that there simply is not a contradiction anywhere in the Bible, it is you basically proving to us that you literally don't have the intellectual capacity to even engage with basic text. And that's all there is to it. It's very easy. All right, so moving on from that. Let's get some more preachers in. Preachers are good. Gotta love the preaching. So this is on my video about Kirk Cameron. And this Martin Stafford says, seek out Dr. Titus Kennedy, then repent before you perish and melt. I think I searched who was this. I mean, I'm not that I expected this to be some wonderful, incredible person, but oh yeah. So this is one of these people who he's basically he's an archaeological fraud. So he is someone who, you guys have probably, I haven't really talked about these guys on my channel much, but there's a certain special brand of apologist liar that all apologists are on some level liars, but these guys really are, they take the cake because they're going to sit here. They've created an entire career niche for themselves by twisting and misrepresenting archaeological data in order to appease a small-minded and desperate Christian audience. So this guy's incredible advice to me is to seek out Dr. Titus Kennedy. Like, should I get his phone number? Should I try to show up at his house? Like, what does that mean exactly? Seek him out. And then repent before you perish and melt. You can see my response was grow up. But I liked it. Repent before you perish and melt. I'm sure that's, the melt is I guess a reference to eternal conscious torment, but how can you be eternally tormented consciously if you've melted? Doesn't my brain need to stay intact and my sensory organs need to stay intact for me to be eternally consciously tormented? I would think that if I melt, that's probably going to defeat the purpose, I don't know if that's really going to work. But, the idea that there's a Christian apologist who hasn't thought his shit through isn't exactly that shocking now, is it? Yeah, I don't think you really thought that through before you typed that, but that's okay. This is a response to the first God-Free Bible study. It says, oh look, another video of zero understanding of the Bible in God's way. You don't say. Oh look, another commenter who has literally nothing of substance to say about anything that was said in the video, cannot reply with any specific points, and their entire retort is to say, oh, you don't get it. You don't have the understandings. So you just don't get it, because you know what? Words are really hard. I understand that there are a lot of layered meanings in the Bible. I'll be fair, or I'll be honest about that. But if you can't read Genesis and understand it, then your book sucks ass. That's all there's to it. Oh. Let's look at the next person here. Oh, this is the same person too. Yeah, see, they were on a real roll. I must have made their day. You don't even understand the fact that the Bible was written over a massive period of time and all comes to the same conclusion. I absolutely understand that the Bible was written over a massive period of time. Of course, if you say that it all comes to the same conclusion, it's because you have injected your own shit into it. Jesus Christ is the way. There are zero contradictions in the Bible. Oh, goody! Another zero contradiction in the Bible person. In fact, you all believe books in public school in which have been revised 1,000 times when the Bible is unchanged. Listen to this sentence. Aside from the fact that it's a poor sentence, but so the inference here is that stupid us, we believe in books that are in the public school that have been revised 1,000 times, which I guess he thinks is a dig against those books. And what we're supposed to believe in is a book that is unchanged, which, first of all, that's a complete fucking lie. Unless you are, even if you're reading the original Hebrew and Aramaic and Greek, you have no idea whether or not how much your reading has been changed. Because even we have no autographs of any book from the Old or the New Testament. There is literally not a single verified original manuscript from any book, Old or New Testament. That's not an opinion. That's a simple fact. So even if you go back to the oldest known Hebrew and Aramaic and Koine Greek in these texts, you still have no fucking idea what has been changed and to what extent and where it has been changed. All you can do at the best, if you're a scholar, and trust me, Nightfall Superman here is not a scholar of shit. But even if you could somehow go back to the earliest Hebrew that we have for the Hebrew Bible and the earliest Aramaic for bits of it, and for the earliest Koine Greek, you still do not have the original text. You have no idea if they've been changed, how much they've been changed. But of course, Nightfall Superman here, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Nightfall Superman does not read Hebrew or Aramaic or Koine Greek. So that means that Nightfall Superman is reading a modern translation of the Bible, probably English, in which case it's been changed many, many times. We can document that. We can prove that. I mean, it's not even controversial. So not only is his contention that the Bible is unchanged verifiably, laughably wrong, but on top of that, even if we accept his contention that the Bible is unchanged and the public school books have been changed 1,000 times, is that really the brag that you want to make of it? Do you really think that you are somehow making a case for your fucking religion when your brag is that, oh, the public school books get changed? Yeah, the public school books get changed because we learn new things, because we are not ancient Hebrew goat herders, because we don't keep teaching people the same shit that we taught them 2,000 and 3,000 years ago in 2000 BCE. Because we actually get better. We learn shit. We correct our mistakes, which is something that, generally speaking, we can't say about the Bible. Now, I just said in great detail that the Bible absolutely has changed. But even when the Bible changes, it's not like we're saying, oh, you know what, that verse was really problematic and it's stupid, we're going to take it out, or we're going to fix it, or we're going to write it a better way. No, when it gets changed, it's just because someone is putting a new translation on it, or because we have some new idea of what we think the original text was. But it's not changed because they realize now that birds are not, that bats are not birds. We know that bats are not birds. And the Bible hasn't changed. The Bible still says that bats are birds. Why does the Bible not change? Is it because God's truth hasn't changed? No. Bats have never been birds. But they're never going to change it because they just want to keep having you read the same old shit. The Bible tells us that you can determine, or you can affect the color of the sheep that are bred in your flock by changing the color of rods that they look at while they're fucking. That's what your Bible tells me. And now you want to brag about how it's unchanged. Is that really the hill that you want to die on there? Because I don't think it says what you think it says about your bullshit, flimsy ass religion. I think what it says is about how closed-minded and arrogant you are. That's all it really says. He says, I don't care about whatever Cameron is doing. At least try to learn about Christianity first. Religion and Christianity, two different things. I never said that they're not two different things. Christianity is a religion. So I don't think that this person actually knows what a Venn diagram is. So I'm not going to bother trying to explain that to them. But they're not two different things. Christianity is a subset of religion. But I don't think this person even knows what set theory is or what subsets are. at all. But of course, he doesn't care what Cameron is doing. Then why do you watch the video? If you don't care what Cameron's doing, then just watch Cameron's original videos and suck his dick, because that's apparently what you want to do. Good for you, loser. These people, they get better every day, I swear. All right. I wonder if this is, because sometimes I put these in a row. I wonder if this is from the same person again. Let's see. No, this is a different person. On the Cameron Kirk video, the deeper issue in this video is not merely whether Kirk Cameron made the strongest argument about the TV show The Boys. The deeper issue is that the host appears to reject God, reject the Bible as the Word of God, and then place himself above God as judge. Yes, that's the issue. So apparently, unless you accept God, you can never actually critique anything that Kirk Cameron says. Because in order to have any validity in critiquing Kirk Cameron, you first have to accept God. That's right. I'm not even going to read this whole thing, but he goes through verses and shit. He says, the host repeatedly accuses the God of the Bible of being immoral, unjust, or cruel, but he never explains where his own moral standard comes from. I don't need to explain where my moral standard comes from in order to show you the disgusting, immoral, and unethical stuff all over the Bible. Once again, I'll tell you, it is so juvenile to imply that somehow I have to explain to you where my moral standard comes in order to show you the morally and ethically disgusting crap in your own holy text. That is straight out of second grade. If you actually can't be bothered to look at the disgusting and immoral stuff in your own text, and all you can do is be like, well, you can't explain where your moral standard comes from, which, first of all, I can, but that has nothing to do with the fact that your holy texts are disgusting. And you can't cover that up or wallpaper over it by just pointing at someone else and saying, well, what about your moral standard? You didn't tell me what your moral standard is. My moral standard is don't rape and kill people. My moral standard is don't execute someone for gathering sticks on a Saturday. My moral standard is that if a woman bleeds on her or doesn't bleed on her wedding night, it shouldn't matter whether she bleeds or doesn't bleed. And you should have no recourse to drag her out to city gates and have her stoned based on whether or not there is blood on a fucking blanket or a sheet. I mean, all of this is demonstrably morally monstrous. And if you can't see that, it's because you have no ethics and no morals. And you are just as disgusting as every gross passage that's in your holy text. I have to learn to drink. Anyway, he blathers on because, preaching. Yay. Let's see here. Oh, this is from our friend Secular Scriptures. This is on the DNA does not equal code video. So, she says, I'm actually delighted that you've had a geek out moment on a professional level. This sort of thing brings joy to my ever sarcastic little heart. Thank you. I'm glad you covered the two uses of code because many biologists do equate DNA to a code, as it makes it very easy to understand, especially when you get into CRISPR and stuff like that. Heritable traits are incredibly interesting, and that is one of my geek outs, though I'm bad at the squares. I know what I want in the critter and usually how to get there. Secular Scriptures, by the way, has, I don't know if she has a farm or property, something. I know that she, does a good bit of animal husbandry. So I just know this because I've seen this on, she has a channel that has some videos and such, and I think she's mentioned it in an email, so she's really cool. I know okay, my kid is good at the squares, but as with many apologetics, this argument is taking a tour of a university without taking any classes. On a total side note, this is why I wanted to highlight this in the live stream. I really, really dislike Dawkins. Like on a baseline human level, I dislike the man. He's a sexist, transphobic, closed-minded jerk of a human who has done more damage to women in atheist spaces than anyone else that I can think of. I held on to religious beliefs decades longer than I should have because I didn't want to be associated with that man in particular. Me, holding a grudge? Yes. And yes, I understand why new atheism did what it did, and I don't necessarily disagree, but I can still say, ew. At some point, I'm going to have to make a video on the Dawkins problem. I'm sure it will earn me 0 friends, LOL. So, first of all, secular scriptures, I totally agree with you. I totally understand your sentiment. Dawkins is probably demonstrably on multiple levels a disgusting person. And, you know, with regard to his connection to New Atheism, of course, you know, who in the New Atheism, the 4 horsemen there, how many of them were great people? I mean, I don't know. Probably none of the 4. So I do totally understand, and I want to, you know, mention publicly that I do see your point. I mean, there are different ways that you could address this. You know, one is from a content creator's perspective, talking about from my perspective as someone who has an atheist channel. I could, of course, never mention the guy or just put out 1 or 2 videos that say how horrible he is and leave it at that. And there would be nothing wrong with that. But given the content that I talk about, sometimes it feels almost difficult to not at least mention Dawkins from time to time. And he certainly has been something of an influence on me, but not because I agree with any of his personal takes. His misogyny and transphobia and such is disgusting. The biggest thing that I appreciate about Dawkins is really, it's an idea kind of sort of tangentially related to religion and atheism, but his work on memetics, I have found his work in memetics to be incredibly instructive, especially as it relates to understanding how religion survives and propagates. Because it wasn't that long ago, I'd say shortly after I became an atheist, one of the things I struggled with was this. You know, once you realize, like, I don't believe this shit, this doesn't make any sense. There is a part of your brain, if you're, I don't know, skeptic like me, who thinks, well, you know, I'd like to think sometimes in evolutionary terms. You think that, I know that this is a poor term, but survival of the fittest gets stuck in our head, right? Now, in reality, I know that what is the fittest in terms of a species is sometimes an animal that we see as being smaller or weaker or slower. It just means what is the fittest for the environment, right? But with regard to ideas, I know that for a long time I wanted to believe that ideas were like an evolutionary kind of thing. And yet, especially after I realized that I was an atheist, I would say, well, I can't deny the fact that religion has been around for a long time. And although we can argue that in the last 150 years, it seems like in some parts of the world it's losing some of its influence, it's still a major force. In some places, it's still growing. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. And part of me said, well, if religion is wrong, then how do I square that with the fact that this has been such a successful, meaning in terms of propagation, such a successful idea for so long, even though it's been many different forms. And memetics was incredibly instructive to me, because when you realize that what makes an idea propagate doesn't mean that it's a better idea. Just like what makes an organism propagate doesn't mean that it's what we would call a better organism. You know, the organism that is more fit for the environment or can spread its genes might be one that's smaller, slower, dumber, uglier by our, standards, etc. Well, on a similar level, some of the things that make religion propagate are things that I would argue are objectively harmful, and yet they help the idea to propagate throughout society and to stay resonant. So that's why memetics to me has been an incredibly powerful concept, even though I don't think when he came up with memetics that he was specifically working on issues related to religion. But to me, it has such a massive impact in understanding how religion is so prevalent today and has been so prevalent for so much of human history. Anyway, I know I went off on a tangent there. And I don't know if Secular Scriptures is still with us, but if she sees the replay or what have you, definitely wanted to address that because Dawkins is gross. He's a gross individual on many different levels. And I think it would be easy as an atheist channel to over rely on his stuff because not only is he getting a little long in the tooth, of course, but it's not like, it almost plays into theist stereotypes to talk about Richard Dawkins too much, because theists like to act like Richard Dawkins is the Pope of atheism, and that's bullshit. But the only reason why I brought him up so prominently in this video is because there was the clip that I played of him specifically saying the idea that I think is absolutely bullshit. He was calling DNA code. He was very literally equating it with computer code, and it's just false. I would tell Richard Dawkins that if he was sitting in my living room today, although I would be very disturbed by the idea that Richard Dawkins was sitting in my living room. But if he was, I'd tell him to his face that his analogy of DNA being anything close to computer code is just demonstrably false. And it's not surprising to me that he doesn't understand that, because even though I guess has written a few lines of code in his life to prove out some ideas, he's not a software engineer at all. And that's not his specialty, and he doesn't really know what goes into making computer code. And at the risk of sounding a little arrogant, I do. And DNA is not computer code at all. It's never been computer code. And we have means by which we can even measure that. It's called being Turing complete. If a language does not have the required constructs of being that are involved in being Turing complete, then it's not really a computer programming code at all. It's just, you could have different types of code. You could have markup language that just tells you like how to present something on the screen, but that's not the same as being computer code. Anyway, I wanted to highlight there, coming from our friend of the channel here, Secular Scriptures. All right, let's do one more. Grab this. So Timothy Mulholland on the same video says, scientists like to use metaphors which end up being used to confuse and mislead. Best stick to the technical, correct terms. I don't know exactly what he was meaning by this, because, I mean, it is true that you can overuse metaphors, and I think that he was saying this in support of my point, which is that DNA is not code, although sometimes scientists do say that DNA is code. But so he is correct, but you can't. But at the same token, you can't avoid metaphors altogether. I mean, at some point, you're always going to, in the course of natural language, you're going to use similes, metaphors, allegories, etc., because sometimes it's just the most effective way to transmit information to your audience. But I appreciate Timothy Mulholland's sentiment nonetheless. All right. Well, we've had a grand total of one caller today. It was our friend John. Haven't had anyone want to piss me off today, so no one's ever really pissed me off. I guess Matthew got the closest to pissing me off. Although I wasn't angry at him personally, I was just like, yeah, you have completely shown your ass. I guess you can call that being pissed off. I didn't feel angry, but I felt like, yeah, you're never going to call in here again. Let me look at comments here. It's a nice compliment. Lily says, there is a big problem. You are one of very few on YouTube streams talking sense about Christianity and religion in general. I mean, thank you for that compliment. I don't think that I'm one of very few. I guess it depends on what you want to call very few. The atheist space on YouTube is, I would not call it a very small space. I mean, there are a bunch of other atheists out there. Some of them do live streams. Some of them do just pre-recorded content. Some of them just do reaction videos to other videos. Some of them do a mix of different types. Some of them are better than others, right? Some of them are more educated. Some of them are less. Some of them have more to say. Some of them have less. But I'll take the compliment anyway. I appreciate it. I do think that there are some really great other channels out there. At one point, like I've thought in the future, I wanted to do like a video just about like, I don't know, my recommendations of other skeptical or atheist kind of content out there. Although I guess it hasn't been at the top of my priority list because I kind of figure half the time that if I'm subscribed to a certain channel, there's a good chance that a lot of my viewers are subscribed to it. I know it's not a one-to-one match, but I don't know how many channels I'm going to throw up that you guys have never heard of. So I don't know. I might do a video like that at some point, but thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it very much. I definitely don't think I'm the only one or one of the only ones. And I know you didn't say only one. You said one of very few talking sense. And I'm sure there are plenty of people who would tell you that I'm not talking sense. People have different opinions about me and everyone else, right? But since we don't have anyone lined up to call, I'm kind of tired of doing comments. We did the reaction video, so I think I'm going to wrap it up. It's kind of why I started earlier today. I had extra time. So I thought, not that I don't mind going late, but I kind of figured, you know what? Let me start early, and that way I can still do a nice long live stream and be done by 8 o'clock at night. So I appreciate everyone being here. It's been fun going through the comments. We've had lots of combative comments to go through, so that's been fun. I thought it was interesting to me, at least, to go through some of Glenn Scrivener's bullshit. I don't know how much you guys like doing like the reactions to the videos on the live stream or not, but sometimes I like to mix it up a little bit, especially if we don't have callers. But it's been fun. I think that's it for now. I know I said this last week, and it was a really, really, really shitty week. But I have 3 videos now queued up for God-Free Bible Study. So I'll get the next one queued up for tomorrow morning. And then there will be another one for next Wednesday and the Wednesday after that. And pretty soon I'll have a 4th one too. My wife is finishing the editing on the 4th one. So we'll have 4 new God-Free Bible Study videos coming out soon. I also have a few other things to record. I have like scripts written up, so I'm good to go on those. I just have to get them knocked out and done. But thank you to everyone. I think I'm going to call it a night. I hope you guys had a good time. Like, subscribe, all the bullshit, you know. And we'll get more content out in the channel. Thanks, everyone. Lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical.